part of a unique regiment.
We're always prepared.
We train hard to do a special role.
But we might not be who you think we are.
We are the force that protects the force.
We are the RAF regiment.
But don't get us wrong.
We've all got something we're good at.
And you might have some of the skills we need.
Maybe you can see things that others can't.
And if you don't mind working late
Or standing around.
maybe you've got what it takes to be an RAF regiment gunner.
Find your force in the RAF.
The thing that attracted me most was the diversity of what you can do within the role itself. My name is Kieran and I'm a supply, storage and distribution specialist. As a supply, storage and distribution specialist, you'll be working as a crucial part of getting the aircraft off the ground. One of them being in tech stores where you're sorting the kit out and distributing it to relevant sections. You can be in fuels, which you can have two different sides to that. There is the AV fuels where you're working alongside the aircraft, refuelling them, and then there's the side which is ground fuels, and then there's the mobility support flight. There's also SCAF, which is a controlled accounting flight, where you'll be doing more of an office-based job. My initial expectation of going into training was that you'd be on your own and it would be sort of individual trying to get yourself through the course, but in actual fact you're just one big team trying to get each other through. My phase one consisted of working together as a team and about military lifestyle. During your phase two training, it is more geared towards the actual trade that you're going into. You'll get taught on a basic level everything that you need to know. You'll go through different exams, practical and theory, but of course you will always get help from your supervisors, your corporals and sergeants whenever you need it. For myself, it wasn't a challenge adopting to the RAF lifestyle, because once I had looked at the role, looked at what the RAF had to offer for me, the lifestyle is what attracted me to the job. One of the best things about the apprenticeship is that I was offered a 12-year contract from the start. You've got job security right at the end of the apprenticeship, so you don't have to worry yourself about going into another job. And you can just develop your career from that point onwards, so it's a really good starting point.
From the kitchen. I want a lip gloss that can stay on whatever life throws at me.
Strong, healthy hair. What's my secret?
With my busy life, I don't have time to slow down.
I can't believe we turned up wearing the same thing.
All-day protection, now with wings, so I can handle anything.
Women should be defined by actions, not cliches. Every role in the RAF is open to everyone. Find your force in the RAF.
Ah, so you like figuring stuff out?
Huh?
Come on. Can you solve this?
Yeah.
All right, clever clogs. Maybe you're more protective. Try protecting space.
Possible satellite breakup. Copy.
Or are you chill enough to fly that?
Fly that thing. No, this thing.
Everyone's got that one thing they were born to do. Find your force in the RAF.
So the great thing about being a supplier is every role is available to you, whether that's working in fuels. If you want a desk job, you can go and work in that department.
The most important trait working in RAF logistics is probably being proactive.
You've got to be hard-working, you've got to work well as a team, but also individually, and I would say a sense of humour would help. I've learned a lot about how other companies work, as well as the RAF, which will help me if I do decide to leave the Air Force.
So we're responsible for distributing any spares, ground spares, air spares, and that's all through the receipts and dispatch section. So you pack it, process the paperwork.
So I work in a primary stock holding group, which means we house all the kit. I also am the supplier for a lot of the bays, so when people modify kit and change it, it's our job to store it and then distribute that out to operation environments and people overseas. We also deal with all the classified equipment too. So before I joined the RAF, I was working in a call centre, and it was a job that I felt like I wasn't getting much progression in. So I wanted a career where they'd give back to me and where they'd invest in me. You do your basic training, you do your phase 2 training when you learn about supply. Some of my personal development is the education centre, where they contribute to you gaining extra qualifications. There's also the opportunity to do adventure training, where you can develop your personal skills like leadership, trust, mentoring.
So with the RAF, I've travelled to Mali, which is in Africa, and that was part of the Chinook detachment. I also went Nordic skiing in Germany.
What I enjoy most about my current role is dealing with all the classified kit, whether that's going to exercises or operations around the world, ensuring that it gets there and the operational requirements are met.
And there's like a variety in the job. So 1 minute you could be in receipts and dispatch, inbound, outbound freight, driving forklift. The next you could be in the supply accounting section, doing the admin work.
The apprenticeship takes 12 months to complete. It's a mixture of written assessments and then an exam at the end, as well as a practical exam, so people can see that you are able to do what's required of you. Yeah, you have to work as a team. I've only been here for 15 months, so I don't know everything. And I think someone that's been here for 15 years probably doesn't know everything. So you have to have the help of your colleagues that know more than you, and work together to get the output you need.
Hello and a very warm welcome to RAF Clearing Live, brought to you by Not Going to Uni. Firstly, happy results day. I hope it's gone all right. If it hasn't, do not worry, that is what we are here for. And today we're teaming up with the RAF to talk all about opportunities that might be available to you within the RAF, with a series of panel talks throughout the afternoon. Maybe results didn't quite go to plan today. Maybe you don't want to go to university, or maybe you do want a degree and university isn't the place you really want to get a degree. Well, if any of that chimes with you, you are in the right place. We're at RAF Cosford. My name is Harry Benjamin, and we're in this awesome hangar surrounded by Jaguar aircraft as well. It's a brilliant place to have our chats, and our first chat this afternoon will be all about why to pick a career in the RAF, and I'm very pleased to be joined by two officers from the Career Engagement Scheme, Carrie Moore and Stuart Mulligan. Firstly, thank you so much for taking the time to join me this afternoon. Carrie, you've got the mic in your hand first, so you're my first victim. Firstly, can you just say a little bit more about what you do and your day-to-day involves, and why you joined the RAF?
Well, thank you. I joined back in 1998, having gone to university, because at the time I wanted to do something with sport, wanted to travel, wanted responsibility, trained as a PE teacher, decided that actually teaching wasn't for me, looked into the armed forces at that point and realised that the RAF was the only one that offered me the opportunity to do the job. I joined as a physical education officer, and that was 24 and a half years ago. Obviously I still love it, I'm still here, still in uniform. Current day-to-day is community engagement, going into schools, going into colleges, going into community faith groups, just to let them know there's an opportunity for everyone, regardless of faith, background, colour of skin and age.
Brilliant, and same question for you, Stuart.
I joined the Air Force again in 1998, a very different time. I didn't really have a career path or anything when I joined the Air Force. I speak to a lot of people that know exactly what they want to do. I was not that person. Literally, I went to college, I did business and finance, and then I went to Wolverhampton University down the road from here and did a HND in business and finance, and I was working in a bank. And basically I was 22 years old and I was a bit bored, and I was sat in my office one day looking around thinking, on my days I'm going to be doing this for the next 40 years, I really don't fancy it. So an ex-girlfriend's dad had been in the Air Force, and he had some really cool stories about being in the Air Force, and she had tried to join the Air Force but failed the entrance exam a few times, and I'd helped her study. So I thought, well, I'll have a crack and see if I can join. So I didn't really have any family history in the Air Force. I found out later that an uncle had been in the Air Force, but I didn't know a lot about it, and it was through just sort of seeing the TV adverts and wanting to do something a bit less ordinary. So I fancied doing something a bit different. So that's why I joined, really.
And here you are, still here as well.
Yeah, again, 24 years later, I'm a cyberspace communication specialist by trade. I've come out of trade to come into schools as part of the careers team for 3 years to talk to education establishments and students about opportunities and about what we offer. So yeah, that's what I'm doing at the minute anyway.
And so a lot of people watching this afternoon will be just getting their results or have gotten their results. Maybe it's not what they wanted and they've had to suddenly change tack, or perhaps they've got no idea what they want to do and the RAF is something they've never really thought about before. What are the opportunities and some of the benefits available about looking into joining the RAF?
Oh, how long's the podcast? We've got quite a few.
You've got to do the sell.
For me, it's not a hard sell. It's I enjoy doing what I do. You know, going into schools, we don't collect data. I don't get paid anymore for people signing up. It's just answering questions. So for me, the roles in the Air Force, we have approximately 60 roles, and it's so wide and varied. Most people think the Air Force is about pilots. It is an important role. We do need them. Only about 2 or 3% of the RAF are pilots. We've got engineers, very heavy technical organisation. About 40% of the RAF are engineers. We've got £250 million aircraft we need to service and fix. So it's really important we have people coming in to do that. We also have photographers, musicians, physical training instructors, dentists, nurses, logistics. We've got a wide remit of roles, and they're all on the careers on the RAF website. You can have a look there and find which role is suitable for you. But for roles, pretty much everything, and it aligns to Civvy Street. So all of our roles and training, whether you join as an apprentice or you've got your A-levels and you want to look at the commissioning route, again, all this is on the website. There's lots of different avenues where people can come in, and it really depends on the level of education you have and the level you want to as well. But whatever level you come in at, the pay's pretty good, the training is excellent, and the benefits are just off the scale, really.
And we will be discussing more about what roles exactly are available in the upcoming panel talks this afternoon. But Gareth, I'll come to you for the next question. In terms of when you want to join the RAF and you're looking and you're weighing up the differences between maybe what is a university life, a university degree going to offer me compared to a life in the RAF. Obviously, I think a big draw perhaps for university is obviously a degree, but at the same time, perhaps the social life as well. How does that relate to the RAF? Do you still get a bit of a life?
You have a huge life. When Stu and I joined, it was definitely your way of life. It was a job, it was a career, you just increase your family and friends. So yes, you move away from home. That was something I really looked forward to. I actually really enjoyed it. But you stay in touch with your family, you stay in touch with your friends, but wherever you go, you increase your family and friends. And when you move bases, so on a posting, you make new friends, but you still, in today's technology, you've got FaceTime, you've got social media, you've got telephones and mobiles, so you can still stay in contact with your friends. And if anything, you increase the contact and network, really. So the social life, yes, we've got the junior ranks will have a mess, and they'll have what's known as BOP night, so it's disco night, so it's like a nightclub, they have a bar. We have the sergeants and warrant officers mess and the officers mess. Both of those will have dining-in nights, which are just big functions, banquets. They'll have summer balls, they'll have Christmas draws, which is again like a winter ball. They'll have just great big five-course banquets, a bar, which is heavily subsidised. So yeah, the social life is absolutely brilliant.
And I think one of the main things I've picked up so far just from being here today and yesterday is that there's so much more that meets the eye to the RAF. There's, people may think, the main job is being a pilot, being in part of an aircraft, but it's not that. There is so much more. When you're going around chatting to people, young kids and older, what are some of the main myths you're trying to bust? Are there any ones that people may be watching now and thinking, well, I don't want to be a pilot, or maybe that's all I want to be?
Yeah, we're not just pilots in the RAF, as Stu said. We've got 59 other roles to pilot. Some of the myths is you'll not see your family and friends again. My very first time in this job, we had a seminar and we had a grandfather and his granddaughter came in, and his myth was he honestly thought that he would not see his granddaughter for 10 years, that she'd sign up and he wouldn't see her again. The fact that we showed them the accommodation, what sort they'd be living in, where they would be, the fact that they can go home at weekends outside of the training syllabus and still stay in touch, and he was like, where can I sign her up? So there's a lot of myths, but a lot of it is we're not all fighters. A lot of what we do is humanitarian aid as well. So yes, what you see in the media is we're going to war and everything, but actually what a lot of not in the media is all the humanitarian things that we do, and recently it's been closer to home, COVID. One of my team was seconded to South Wales for 5 months to help with the vaccination programme. Previously, my husband's been seconded to Cumbria where he helped with the floods. We've had Odeon with Chinooks that were in Hebden Bridge when the dam broke. So it's all these, and not just the war, yes, we're war fighters first, officers and aviators second, but a lot of it is the humanitarian and not just pilots.
And the other thing, I suppose, Stu, is that right now we're in the current world situation where we're most likely going to be entering a recession at some point soon. University, a standard university, costs a lot of money. People want to earn money. Is that something you could do straight off the bat if you join the RAF?
Yeah, definitely. Our starting salary, people can join the RAF from 16 up to age 47. So we take that wide age range because we need different people with skills and life experience. So our starting salary does reflect that as well, depending on your education level. Joining straight from school after 6 months could be earning £20,000 a year, which, and that's with maths, English and a science GCSE, say. It's an engineer working on these aircraft. So that's your basic apprenticeship. You come in with A-levels, your starting salary could be £26,000. If you come in with an engineering degree, it could be up to 32, 33. So we do pay relevant to your education and your experience. But it's not also about the bottom line. And this is a big thing. We have a huge benefits package. And like our pension is non-contributory. So most other companies, if you pay 3% into your pension, the company pays 3%. The RAF pays all of our pension to us. Trying to get that across to a 16-year-old, they don't care. They don't care about the pension. But they do care about cheap living. You know, our accommodation, generally once you've on your first base, we aim for SLAM, as we call it, which is basically like a travel lodge or a Premier Inn room. It's not guaranteed, but that's the type of accommodation we aim for. So you get an ensuite room for about £100 a month. And that includes your council tax, includes your electricity and your gas. So when all these rates are going up in the RAF, it's, you know, you are subsidised. Free gym on every station, because you do have to be fit. We're not talking uber fit. I'm not particularly uber fit. I like Subway and things like that.
We'll get you running a bleep test straight away.
Or don't bleep test. But I enjoy spinning and things like that. So I do enough to keep my fitness level up to pass a fitness test every year. So because of that, the RAF gives you a free gym, and you'll be able to use it sometimes during work time. There's other benefits like free medical, free dental, and I know my wife, if she phones the dentist or the doctor, you know, it's a long waiting list to get in. If I need medical help, I'm in on one of our base medical centres within a few days and getting really good treatment and really well looked after. Mainly because they want to keep me fit so I can deploy. But also we do look after our people. And that benefits package, so I've only touched on it there. I haven't even talked about the adventurous training and all those opportunities you can do. But that's equivalent of about £10,000 a year. And for me as well, they're bringing in a new scheme where they'll contribute towards childcare. So, which is another help at the minute when bills are going up and up, and job security is massive as well. COVID's been some really hard times for some people, and people have lost their jobs, unfortunately. I don't think the RAF's ever made forced redundancies. We've had voluntary ones in the past, but that's usually with a very good package. But generally, we don't make people redundant. It's a very safe, secure job, which is really important at times like this.
Absolutely. I suppose you're earning straight away and you're getting benefits that are not just immediate, but they're for the long term as well. In terms of actual requirements, what are we looking for?
Again, it depends on the role. I know we'll talk about that a little bit later, but just for like a general overview, we take people with no qualifications right up to a degree. We're a big organisation, there's over 30,000 people. So we do need everyone. And say we need people, there's at least, I think there's 6 roles that require no formal qualifications. And then if you get your maths, English and science, it opens up to over 20 different apprenticeships that you can apply for. And when I'm in the schools and I'm talking to 14-year-olds and I'm saying, so how are you going to do on your exams? Are you going to get maths, English and a science at level 4 or above? Oh, I don't know. So if I give you £20,000, would that make you study more? And they're like, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You know, if you study hard and get these qualifications, you can join as an apprentice at that level. And all our apprenticeships are either sitting guilds or MVQ. They're all industry recognised, so they're fully transferable skills. And that's the big thing about our training. It is a really good provider.
And Carrie, Stu touched on it earlier as well in terms of, obviously fitness is a key thing being part of the RAF. You don't have to be the fittest person when you join, but what are some of the personal traits that you might be looking out for or that are within people that might make joining the RAF a good fit?
I think something, we have a slide that we put up when we do careers presentations, and it's being part of a team, flexible, not flexible as in physically flexible, but flexible in terms of timings, anything can move, just being adaptable, enthusiastic, adaptability, a people person, because we do work, yes, there are times when we work on our own, but there are also a lot of times we work as a team, so being part of a team and being a team player is probably the most important, I would say, traits that we have. But you don't have to be uber intelligent, you don't have to be uber fit. We will put you through all that. We will train you, give you the extra qualifications if needs be. So, yeah.
And in terms of time, how long are you on an apprenticeship for? Do they vary? Are you committed to being a part of the RAF for the rest of your life?
No, I think at 16, 18, it's quite daunting when you say that you're going to sign your life away for 12 years. That 12 years goes really, really quickly. As you can see, Stu and I have both been here for 24 years now, so it does fly by. The training is a minimum for the apprenticeship, is a minimum of 1 year, 1 day, and that fits in with Ofsted. So that's how we can offer apprenticeships. You are tied in for 2 years past the training, so a minimum of 3 years. But if you really don't like it, we're not going to hold you to ransom. We're not going to say, you really don't like it, you have to stay. There is a time when they can leave if it's really not for them, but it's not many that actually leave.
So although it may seem daunting, actually, it's no different to signing up to, medical school almost and training for that length of time. You can always get out if it's not working out.
Yeah, not at all. We're not going to handcuff you to your desk and say you're staying in the RAF. It is an amazing career, and the 12 years flies by. It really does. And
in terms of being based somewhere, obviously there's multiple RAF bases around the UK, around the world. Where do you train? We're in this brilliant hangar right now at RAF Cosford, which is a training hangar, so there's a lot of training that happens here, but is it RAF Cosford or are you moved about quite a lot? How does that work?
As it currently stands, basic training is at RAF Halton in Buckinghamshire for the aviators, enlisted aviators. For commissioned aviators, it's up at RAF Cranwell in Lincolnshire. From there, it will depend on what role that they've joined as to where the training takes place. A lot of the training, as you've already said, takes place at Cosford, but we've also got Worthy Down, we've also got Cranwell. We've got various units depending on the role and what they join up as.
Amazing. And Stu, coming back to you, we were chatting earlier as well. You obviously go into schools, you're chatting from people sort of year 9 and upwards. What are some of the main questions you get asked? I know that's my job, but what are some of the main things that you get asked that maybe take you a bit by surprise?
Oh, it's different every time. That's part of why I love the job, really. Again, there's a lot of myth busting. People like talking, am I going to see my family again? For some people, that's a really good thing. They don't want to share a bedroom with their brothers and sisters anymore. They want their own space. But it is that, just talking about general life, and people ask me where I've been. I haven't travelled as much as some in my trade, but I've had the opportunity. I've lived in Cyprus. I've been to Tampa in Florida for a month, been to the Falklands for 8 months, spent a lot of time in the Middle East and stuff like that as well. So I've been places and seen things that I never would have had the opportunity to. And that's where I try and get across to kids when I'm talking. If you want to do a job, live round the corner from your mum and dad and see your family every day, that's great. It's some people, there's nothing wrong with that at all. If that's what you want to do it. But if you want different opportunities, if you want your company to support you when you go, like when I lived in Cyprus, we had a school on base for my kids. They paid for us all to fly. They paid for us to fly home once a year and give us extra money when we're out there because things are more expensive in the UK. If you want to live that life while continually being supported, it's great. And that's one thing I love. Generally, postings are 3 to 5 years at a base, and you can engage with your career managers now that will negotiate with you, and if you want to live in a certain area, they will help you do that as much as they can. So I generally, I get bored really easy. I like to move around every 3 or 4 years. So I've lived in lots of different places, and that's the good thing. If you're like that and you want to change jobs, you might have to leave your organisation and start again. Within the RAF, I'm going up through the rank structure, I'm carrying that experience with me. So wherever I'm moving, I'm maintaining my rank and my pay, and I'm going through that and still getting supported. So for me, it's moving around in the same company. With that, I've got that, I'm looked after, but at the same time, I've got that opportunity to try things that I never would have if I had have, stayed living in my hometown.
Yeah, it's brilliant that the RAF gives you that flexibility as well. As you say, people want a lot of those things but don't want to suddenly give up their job and start from scratch again. You get to carry that momentum forward. Yeah,
and that is an important thing. And that's another, although we have 60 different roles, there's lots of different nuances within those. Like for me as a cyberspace communication specialist, my last job was maintaining the IT network for 1,500 people. Then I've also done jobs where I worked on all the airfield navigation aids in Cyprus. And before that, I worked on radar systems. So I got that base electronic education. And then if I need to go and work on a specialist piece of equipment, the RAF will pull me back here maybe, and I'll do a course for anywhere from 1 to 8 weeks learning that equipment, and then released on it to work on it in a safe environment. But yeah, it's continual learning, continuing investment, a continuing challenge. I say, going back to that sat in the same 4 walls, processing bank applications, no thanks. I like the opportunity to do something different, and I'm lucky I can do it in a safe environment where I'm well looked after.
Do you ever, will there get to a point maybe where you ever hit a glass ceiling? Is there only so far you can go within the RAF? Or maybe that's a bit of a tough question, but obviously the flexibility is a massive gauge of it, but people want to be able to move up the ranks and want to know, it's part of the incentive, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We are like every other organisation. We have a structure where you can go up through junior, middle management and senior management, but it really depends on what you want. Not everybody wants that. Some people are in it for the work and the fun aspects, like the adventurous training, and want to do that. For those, and it's different strokes for different people. I say we're a big organisation, and we will have some people that want to just go through the rank structure as quickly as they can. And if there's always opportunities to prove themselves, we get a report written on us every year, and in that report, that's where you get to put all your evidence of what you've done in that year. So there is plenty of opportunity for promotion, but likewise, if you don't want to get promoted, if you enjoy the level you're at, your pay still goes up for a certain number of years in that scale. Right. And they say you are well looked after with that benefits package as well. So there is for both. We've got very senior officers within the Air Force, but every rank can have lots of responsibility and things. So it just depends on what you want.
You mentioned that adventurous training a couple of times. Can we go a bit more into that and what exactly it involves? It sounds like you're selling it as a great benefit.
Again, it really depends on what
what role you're going for.
Well, not necessarily the role. It's any role has the opportunities to all the adventurous training. The RAF encourages you to do 2 weeks adventurous training a year. Give an example, a couple of years ago, I was in Cyprus and I went on a week's adventurous training. 2 days, jumped out of an airplane, horrific, never doing it again, but at least I've done it and I know what it's like. I went scuba diving and I went mountain biking and sea canoeing. All that didn't cost me a penny. But it's better than that, I got paid to do it because I was doing it on work's time. We do that because it gives you confidence, it gives you better communication skills, it gives you the ability to push beyond your comfort zone. All those skills you take and you put into your primary job, which makes you better at your primary job. So that's why we do it. And as well, it's investing in the people. It's showing the people that we care about them and we want them to stay in. Mm. The RAS probably invested tens of thousands of pounds in my training. They want to hang on to me. and money isn't enough for sometimes the things you're asked to do, the birthdays you miss, the Christmases you're away for. The money's not enough, so the other packages go towards making it a complete package, really.
Well, sign me up.
Still got time.
Still got time. Although I've got a degree already, but you can still, of course, join if you've got a degree.
Yeah, definitely.
Carrie, coming back to you, because we've got about 5 minutes or so left of this first panel talk, but don't worry, we're here all afternoon with lots of panels all about the RAF and the various opportunities available. How long did you say you'd been a part of the RAF for?
Just over 24 and a half years.
So in that time, looking back, is there anything you wish you might have known before joining?
No,
Or not?
not actually. I didn't struggle with the transition from civilian life to military life. Everyone thinks it's really regimented. Obviously, they will have seen possibly the programs that have been done about the Army and the Navy on TV. Thankfully, the RAF haven't done one just yet. But it just shows you this the scaremongering out there of it's really regimented, it's really hard work. Yes, it is regimented, and yes, we are a military discipline, but actually the transition was really easy for me. I coped really well. I loved the PT sessions during initial training. So no, there was nothing there that I actually wish I'd have known.
Fair
there
enough.
might be now, but definitely wasn't then.
Might be now. So nothing you do differently either. I suppose part of the allure is it's something for a lot of people who are going from civilian life to something like this. It's a very different. It's a big life change.
It is a life change. If I did things differently, I'd probably come in through as an enlisted aviator, and do the hands-on technical before going to management leadership straight away. But other than that, I don't regret any of my 24 years.
Oh, well, same question then to you, Stu.
Yeah, well, once again, I don't really have any regrets. Joining the military again, I kind of took to it, but my family didn't think I would. People think you have to be military to join the military, and it's really not true. I was untidy, I was always late, not a lot of get up and go, and that's my mum probably thought I'd last 2 weeks. But I just took to the structure of it. And the great thing I love about the Air Force is that if you're asked to do something, if time allows, it's explained to you why. So if you're asked to jump, this is what one of my first drill instructors said to me. In the RAF, we tell you how, we tell you to jump, we say how high, and then we explain why we want you to jump. And that's been the lesson for me. And that's something I've carried on through, that as long as it's explained to me why we're doing it and I can see the reason behind it, then yeah, it makes sense. And that's something I think with our organisation, it just rings true.
Well, look, it's been absolutely fascinating chatting to you in these early stages. You're going to stick around for our second panel as well, because we've talked a lot about what roles there might be, but we haven't gone into too much detail about them, but we will do the detail coming up, because there's so many opportunities, as you say. I suppose final sort of couple of questions. I know I teased already that might be in the final question, but it's not. One of the worries, perhaps, that younger people might think, and we've seen on social media, they ask the question, you sign up to the RAF, something happens in the world, are you going to be sent off straight away and enlisted and have to fight?
Well, one of the things that we talk about a lot is risk. I got asked this very question at a careers fair recently, and I was talking to a 15-year-old about this, and I said, right, so do you know how to cross the road? And they're like, yeah. I said, so how? Tell me how you learned. Well, my mum and dad taught me how to do it, and I watched the video on how to do it. I said, so you were taught how to manage that risk. It's exactly the same in the Air Force. You do go into areas that do carry risk, but you are trained on how to do it. You'll never be sent anywhere without sufficient kit and training and support. So for me, it's all about managing risk, and the training we get allows us to deal with those situations.
And so one line then from both of you, it's coming back to the title of this panel, why pick a career in the RAF? If I can get it in a line.
Opportunities. Wide-ranging opportunities and a life less ordinary, I would say.
Carrie?
I guess to use the cliche, it's no ordinary job. No 2 days are the same. No 2 tours are the same. Yeah, no ordinary job.
If you want flexibility, something new, something different, something that's going to challenge you mentally, physically, the RAF sounds like the place to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, look, we're going to dive into more of what actual roles are on offer in our next panel, which is coming up at about 1 o'clock local time if you're watching on the live stream with Stuart and Carrie as well. So do join us then when we come back. We'll take a little short break, but don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with what roles are on offer within the RAF. We'll see you in a bit.
So I joined the Royal Air Force because I didn't really know what to do as a career when I was younger. And talking to my dad, he used to be in the RAF and he would tell me these stories about what he got up to and what he did. And I wanted to have a go.
When I left university, I was out of ideas of what I really wanted to do afterwards. I kept chatting to some of my friends who had served or are currently serving. Their job sounded quite fun, different and enjoyable.
The thing that attracted me most was the diversity of what you can do within the role itself.
I'm Josh.
I'm Matt.
My name is Kieran.
And I'm an aircraft technician mechanical.
I'm a aircraft technician avionics.
And I'm a supply, storage and distribution specialist. You'll be working as a crucial part of getting the aircraft off the ground, supporting all the different sections that need to work directly on the aircraft itself. As a supply, storage and distribution specialist, you can do many different roles. One of them being in tech stores where you're sorting the kit out and distributing it to relevant sections. You can be in fuels, there's the mobility support flight, there's also SCAF, which is a controlled accounting flight, where you'll be doing more of an office-based job.
So as an aircraft technician mechanical, I work with the mechanical aspects of the aircraft, hydraulics, anything to do with servicings, removal and replacement of components, functional tests of those components to see if the aircraft's working after you've ripped something out and put it back in.
So my role as an aircraft technician avionics is to look after all the electrical systems on the aircraft, including all the power, communications, navigation, radar and defensive systems.
My initial expectation of going into training was that you'd be on your own and it would be sort of individual trying to get yourself through the course, but in actual fact you're just one big team trying to get each other through.
The theory side, the maths, the science was challenging, but with the group they get you through. You work together as a team, revise, and yeah, you get through.
I expected it to be more strict, more disciplined, more shouting, more running about, but actually all they wanted to see was hard work, discipline and teamwork, getting the most out of you, making you prepared to finishing and then coming and being an asset to the Air Force afterwards.
During your Phase 2 training, it is more geared towards the actual trade that you're going into. For me personally, it was going through all the different sections that you'll be working in. You'll get taught on a basic level everything that you need to know. You'll go through different exams, practical and theory, but of course you will always get help from your supervisors, your corporals and sergeants whenever you need it.
Facilities on unit are quite numerous. We have a really good gym here.
So many sports to be played, basketball, rugby, football, golf. There's a swimming pool on base, there's even a bowling alley.
Hairdressers, dentists, hospital.
The accommodation and the food is subsidised, it's all nice.
It is a mini town really.
One of the best things about the apprenticeship is that I was offered a 12-year contract from the start. You've got job security right at the end of the apprenticeship, so you don't have to worry yourself about going into another job, and you can just develop your career from that point onwards, so it's a really good starting point.
So I chose to join the RAF as it provides a really varied career that offers opportunities through training and travelling to develop yourself for the future. I'm Harry and I'm an Air Traffic and Weapons Controller Sergeant in the Royal Air Force. So we work with primary radar systems and secondary radar systems similar to what the civilians use. This is all fed into the tower where we have radar equipment, and we also use specialist communication systems to communicate with the airborne assets. So day to day it can be different throughout the tower. There are many positions that we can conduct within the radar and visual control rooms. Due to the dynamic nature of helicopters, it requires a lot of forward thinking on what they're going to do because there's so many surfaces that they can use. They don't require the full length of the runway, so you can have multiple assets working to the same area at the same time. So you need to have a good understanding of the different types of aircraft that you work with due to you having to coordinate them regularly, so you need to know their relative airspeeds just to make sure that you can keep your separation distance, and there's pertinent safety implications for some aircraft due to the nature of their gear. So to become a qualified controller, you conduct the Joint Air Traffic Controllers course at RAF Shawbury, commonly known as JATC, which is approximately a 9-month course where it's split down into 2 phases. One's a radar phase where you conduct radar training through exercises, and then once you've completed that, you go on to the visual training at the end. The most challenging thing about training was the intensity. There's a quick learning curve, but at the same time it's rewarding as you're learning and applying what you're being taught. The best thing about my role is the dynamic nature day to day. There's so many opportunities to do varied things within not just the tower, but also get myself out onto station and perform other duties. It's such a great opportunity with so many varied roles that you can go into in the future. Not just through training, there's opportunities for education, for travel. Myself, I've been away to Germany and Scotland, varied locations through the RAF.
So, you want to join the RAF? We should probably tell you about the extra qualifications you'll get, how you'll take your skills to the next level, leading a team of technicians, about the epic adventure training, and getting to travel the world with friends you'll make for life. But we know why you're really here. This. Take your engineering to the ultimate level. Apply to become an aerospace engineer.
From the kitchen.
Sure, Eagle. So the great thing about being a supplier is every role is available to you, whether that's working in fuels. If you want a desk job, you can go and work in that department.
The most important trait working in RAF logistics is probably being proactive.
You've got to be hardworking, you've got to work well as a team but also individually, and I would say a sense of humour would help. I've learnt a lot about how other companies work as well as the RAF, which will help me if I do decide to leave the Air Force.
So we're responsible for distributing any spares, ground spares, air spares, and that's all through the receipts and dispatch section. So you pack it, process the paperwork.
So I work in a primary stockholding group, which means we house all the kit. I also am the supplier for a lot of the bays, so when people modify kit and change it, it's our job to store it and then distribute that out to operation environments and people overseas. We also deal with all the classified equipment too. So before I joined the RAF, I was working in a call centre, and it was a job that I felt like I wasn't getting much progression in. So I wanted a career where they'd give back to me and where they'd invest in me. You do your basic training, you do your phase 2 training when you learn about supply. Some of my personal development is the education centre, where they contribute to you gaining extra qualifications. There's also the opportunity to do adventure training, where you can develop your personal skills like leadership, trust, mentoring.
So with the RAF, I've travelled to Mali, which is in Africa, and that was part of the Chinook detachment. I also went Nordic skiing in Germany.
What I enjoy most about my current role is dealing with all the classified kit, whether that's going to exercises or operations around the world, ensuring that it gets there and the operational requirements are met.
And there's like a variety in the job. So one minute you could be in receipts and dispatch, inbound, outbound freight, driving forklift. The next you could be in the supply accounting section doing the admin work.
The apprenticeship takes 12 months to complete. It's a mixture of written assessments and then an exam at the end, as well as a practical exam, so people can see that you are able to do what's required of you. Yeah, you have to work as a team. I've only been here for 15 months, so I don't know everything. And I think someone that's been here for 15 years probably doesn't know everything. So you have to have the help of your colleagues that know more than you and work together to get the output you need.
Welcome back to RAF Clearing Live, brought to you by Not Going to Uni. My name's Harry Benjamin, and all afternoon long we're running panel talks about what opportunities might be available for you in the RAF. Of course, it's results day. Maybe your results haven't panned out quite how they wanted to be, or maybe you're just not sure where your future lies. Well, you've come to the right place, and if you missed our previous panel talk about what the RAF has to offer, well, don't worry, everything will be available on playback as well. But now we're going to get back stuck into it. I'm pleased to say Carrie Moore and Stuart Mulligan from the engagement team are joining me once more to discuss this time the exact roles that are on offer within the RAF. Now, we spoke a bit about it in the first session. Of course, there are, you can get a degree or you can join the RAF even with a degree, but also apprenticeships, I suppose, is the entry level, would you say, and one of the main routes that a lot of people right now getting their results might be looking into. So could you explain a bit about how that process works and what's on offer?
Yeah, the apprenticeships role, it's something we've always done, really. You know, the RAF, right from the inception, we've always trained our people really well. So apprenticeships is nothing new for us. We kind of had to formalise it as kids or students have to stay in education till they're 18 now. I know lots of them that are coming out with their A-level results now might be looking at different options. But the apprenticeships we offer, there's 23 in total. Again, they're all on the RAF Careers website. Just do an internet search for that and they'll all appear. And the good thing is that there's different roles depending on what you want to do. Because yeah, education's really important in getting those qualifications behind you, but choosing a job that you love is more important, I think. I've met some people that get paid quite well, but they hate their jobs and they're miserable. And if you're doing that for 40, 50 hours a week, it doesn't lead to a healthy life, really. So if you can pick a role that you like, that you're interested in, then that makes your life better. So we've got, on the apprenticeship side, over 20 different apprenticeships to choose from. People that have generally got A-levels, they'll already have their 3 GCSEs, that are Maths, English and Science at level 4 or above is the minimum requirement for the apprenticeships. And that's the starting salary after 6 months at 20,000, starting at 16, going up to 20 after. But it's the variation of roles. It's photography, medical, RAF police, lots of engineering-based ones, and then we've got logistics and air ops and different ones. So lots of opportunities depending on what you want to do. And for those that have got A-levels, they've got the opportunity to come in at the middle management level, the junior management level as we describe it, in at the officer cadre. And if you've got the 5 GCSEs, generally in 2 A-levels, level C or above, I think in anything but apart from general studies, that will do you well on the way for applying for officer or weapons systems operator. Lots of different opportunities depending on what qualifications you've got.
Yeah.
And for us, it doesn't really always matter about the discipline of the A-level. It's about showing that level of learning. So if you've got that C or above, it shows to us that you can study and you can learn, and then we can teach you what we need to.
Absolutely, so clearly a varied amount of roles, and as you say, on the RAF Careers website you can have a look at all of them in much more detail. If we just dive a little bit deeper though, in terms of, you mentioned there's some of the options available to you, what's the way of figuring out what's for you?
Research. People these days have got much more opportunity. I don't know about you, when I joined it was a glossy brochure in a careers office. Now you've got YouTube, you've got Instagram, all the social media as well as the website. If people know people that are already in the Air Force, doesn't matter what trade they are, talk to them, because we're generally, we all know somebody in a different trade and they'll put you in touch with somebody. We also have the careers offices throughout the country and the virtual careers office as well, that you can go online, talk to people, and there's a phone number on there you can speak to. Or generally within 30 or 40 miles there will be a careers office close by, and you can go and talk to people that are in the RAF and find out about it that way. But research your role. It's like any organisation, if you're applying for a job, they want to know that you've done a bit of research about the company. So it's really important, if you're going to be doing this job for 12 or like us over 20 years, know what job you want to do. And if you like nuts and bolts and fixing things, there's a job for you. If you like being artistic and photography, there's a job for you. If you want to help people in medical and social care, there's a job for you there as well. So lots of opportunities depending on what you like.
Is there a minimum term and a maximum term for how long these apprenticeships last for?
The apprenticeships generally minimum, because if you do an apprenticeship, you'll come to a college like RAF Cosford here, where you'll do the majority of your theory work. You'll do some practical work as well, but you'll finish your apprenticeship in the workplace. At my last unit, I had several apprenticeships come out of training as aviators, and then they'd come into the workplace and work for me. And that's great evidence for them to finish their apprenticeship. Because I know with some apprenticeships, they've got to go and hunt the work to finish to get those ticks in the boxes. They're doing that job every day. So if they're fixing a radar system or fixing an aircraft propulsion system, then all they have to do is write about what they've done that day. And that goes to form their apprenticeship and finish it. Like we said on the previous podcast, the minimum time that we take people in for is like a training burden is 3 years. We say that is because we want you to finish your apprenticeship. We don't want anybody, even if the Air Force isn't for them, leaving without that qualification. Because on a CV, if you're applying for different jobs, having a City and Guilds or an MVQ from the RAF, along with workplace experience, is really powerful on a CV, working for a top organisation that delivers really good training.
Well, yeah, that's going to be my follow-up question, I suppose. What is the level of progression like within the apprenticeship? You can obviously stay within the RAF and then go up the ranks, and being then able to have that on your CV if you wanted to look elsewhere? Yeah,
it's generally, it depends on the role and the level you join at. For me, is when I joined as an apprentice and going up through corporal and sergeant, my training has been continual, and there is always that opportunity to do further study. The Air Force gives you money every year that you can spend. You sometimes have to contribute it towards yourself as well, where you can pick a course that you want to do to make your skills better. At the minute as well, in my trade, they're offering through Staffordshire University a degree that's not costing us a penny. And because of my previous experience and the courses I've done, they've already given me UCAS credits towards it. So that goes to contribute. So there's lots of people in my trade doing a Staffordshire University degree. It's not costing them anything. They do have to do it during their own time as well, some bit during work time, but you're getting a free degree out of it, really.
And I suppose the other thing which we have discussed already in the previous panel is you're earning straight away, aren't you, when you join the RAF?
Yeah, and that's the big thing. If you, like I mentioned, for £20,000 after 6 months as an apprentice, you're going to have to eventually live away from mum and dad. You're going to have to buy or rent a flat. Like renting a place around here is probably £500-600 a month, and then you've got to pay for your food. Our food, on average, 3-course, £6 a day for the core value meals, and then you get discounts at restaurants and things like that as well with your Mod 90 discount card. And so there's lots of that. Bottom line of 20,000 is even better with the benefits package. Your free gym, your subsidised entertainment. If you like doing sport, the gym here is amazing. We've got a swimming pool, tennis courts. It's like a private club, really.
Wow, you really hit the ground running with all the benefits going. Cara, if we come to you as well now, obviously Stu was talking about the apprenticeships there, but there's a lot more on offer as well when it comes to, I suppose, when you're progressing up the ranks or coming in later as well with the degree maybe already, the actual roles that are available within the RAF is, I suppose, on a basic level, the actual job roles. Can you explain a bit about what's on offer there?
I think just to add to what Stu's just said about apprenticeships is that we train you, you earn while you learn, but what we don't do is spit you out at the end of your apprenticeship. We actually employ you to do the job and then we train you. And we pay twice as much as we do in Civilian Street with a guaranteed job at the end of it. So yeah, we've got over 60 roles in the RAF, and everything is from 0 GCSEs right up to 5 GCSEs to 5 GCSEs to A levels, to then up to a degree for the 7 roles. The roles vary from engineers because the pilots, believe it or not, do break the aircraft. So we have to have our engineers to fix them. We've got the avionics engineers or aerosystems engineers who will fix the aircraft. We've got communications engineers who will do all the computer-based things, whether it be computer-based on the aircraft or whether it's computer-based for IT Luddites like me, where they ring up and say, what do I need to do with my computer? So we also, believe it or not, we do have our own photographers. They are there, they'll take portrait pictures. But
sorry, just to interrupt, that to me was actually that's a bit of a surprising role, actually, that you might find in the RAF. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it definitely is. People look at our list of jobs and roles, they think we're all pilots, and if we're not all pilots, we must be engineers. So the fact that we've got our own doctors, dentists, nurses, physios, we've got photographers, and yeah, people ask, why do we have photographers in the RAF? And they're there to take pictures of any incidents, but also to catch the celebrations of anything. Like back in 2018, when we hit our 100th birthday, and I know a photographer who was at Odeum who got to see Buckingham Palace and the actual celebrations from the back of a Chinook while taking photos. So the opportunities are so much more than what you'd expect. It is a bizarre one, but we do have them.
Yeah, and it, again, just highlights the amount of opportunity available. But you're saying there's 60 roles, give or take.
There is.
So there is really something for
there
everyone.
There is something, absolutely, there is for everyone. Whether, and in a couple of weeks' time, if it all goes wrong with GCSEs as well, we still take them. You must sit a defence aptitude assessment, and you said earlier, how do you know what's right for you? If you haven't got an idea, you've researched it and you still don't know, then the defence aptitude assessment will give you an idea of what best role suits you. It will also tell you which roles you're suitable for. It will also potentially tell you which roles you're not suitable for. And then you can further research. If you've got an idea of what you want to do, or you've got no idea of what you want to do, then you can research all the roles that you've passed in the assessment test and see how it goes.
And the other thing we've also touched on as well, fitness, mental abilities, that's something, I suppose, is that a personal trait you've kind of already got to have before looking into it, or is that something you can develop when you join?
You'll have a bit of it anyway, from nature and nurture, but actually it's something we can train. So not everyone might think they want to do this, but we actually train them from scratch. So they will learn everything. You don't need any knowledge or prior knowledge to do the roles that we have. We will train every single one of them from scratch.
Wow. And the other thing that we have already touched on as well, but the idea of when you join the RAF, you're given a lot of flexibility in terms of roles, but you can move around the country, you can go around the world, I suppose. Is that one of the real draws that, for instance, you got involved with? Why did you want to become part of this in particular?
I knew I wanted to do something with sport, I wanted to do something with travel, and I wanted responsibility and a decent wage. As I said, I trained as a PE teacher and I decided teaching wasn't for me. I looked into the armed forces, and the RAF was the only one that offered the opportunity for what I joined as. Back then I joined as a physical education officer, which to everyone else is the head of PE in a school. Now it's a personnel training officer. I just decided it. I really liked it. The opportunities were there. It's the affordability of having adventure training opportunities. Unfortunately, I haven't made the most of those. But out of the 3 services, the RAF was the only one that offered me what I wanted to do. So to me, that's where I saw myself heading.
Well, and I suppose it's important to highlight, as we've done a little bit, but you're not going to, unless you want to, it's not all about being a pilot. It's not all about action, action, action. There are office jobs available.
Absolutely. As somebody said, we all work together to get the pilot in the air. My role was fitness. The rest of my team are suppliers and engineers. So the engineers fix the aircraft to get the pilots up. The suppliers are the ones that have to get the parts in. That could be parts for the aircraft, it could be uniform, it could be food. So my job is to get them fit to fly. So the fitter they are, the fitter they're going to cope with, and the better they'll cope with flying. So we all work together to get that pilot in the air. So yes, it all fits in together.
There's a couple of job roles that sort of caught my eye a little bit. Just wondering, well, what makes those stand out? Obviously, in the force protection part, you can be a police officer, an RAF police. What's the differences there between your civilian police officer and an RAF police? Is there a difference?
Yeah, RAF Police, I actually wanted to join as RAF Police when I joined, but my eyesight didn't meet the standards then, so which is why I went down the engineering route. RAF Police, they've got over 20 different specialisations within. So you could be a dog handler, you could do close quarter protection, you could do general community policing. They also have a lead in cyber security. Again, if people want to know more, go on the website and have a look at the YouTube links and stuff there. But it's a really varied role. You could be on the gate looking after the protection of a base, and then you could be spec ops doing undercover things where you're doing undercover surveillance with like long lens cameras and going undercover with cars that don't have the full RAF police and things livery on it. And the same, we do have dog handlers as well, which is quite a big draw. Qualifications for police. I know we talk to our counterparts in civic police quite a lot, and they do a degree apprenticeship scheme. You've got to have a certain amount of UCAS points. For us, it's an English GCSE at level 4, be 17 and have a driver's license. Because potentially straight after training, you could be in a police car and could be having a live weapon on you as RAF police. So again, really varied role. But that goes for all the different roles. You could be doing each one of them, each discipline for 3 years and then moving on. Or you could specialise in one of them and do that. But there's the variety piece there really for you. So again, it's research, have a look on YouTube and Instagram and see what they're doing. And they like to tell the public what they're up to.
And you personally, it says it on your T-shirt, you were involved heavily in the cyberspace part of this, part of the RAF. Can you talk to us a bit about how that role caught your eye and your progression into that?
Yeah, it's changed massively because in 1998, you wouldn't even know. But
well, maybe just.
Computers weren't even that big a thing, really. We used basic computing and stuff for controlling some systems. But the rate of technology refresh is massive now. And when we talk about cyberspace, we're not talking about, into the upper ionosphere. We're talking about the space between you and me and the digital signals that are passing between us. How do we monitor them? How do we capture them? How do we intercept them? How do we interrogate them? Find out where they're from, find out that information. Because information is key. And this goes towards all the different trades, how we work. We might intercept signals and then pass them on to our intelligence analysts that can then look at that piece with other world news to build up a puzzle. It's like a jigsaw, so they can get all the information they need. So for me, within cyberspace, the RAF stood up the Space Command in 2019. We monitor space junk. We've got satellites in space for communications and GPS. It is a very busy space and a very busy industry now. Everyone's competing for people in cyberspace because we still need jets, we still need tanks, we still need ships, but in theory you can bring a country to its knees with your keyboard. If you turn off the petrol pumps, turn off lights, turn off NFC. If you turn off Snapchat, oh my God, the world's going to come to an end. So that's what we're looking at, is defending our nuclear power plants and all that are very heavily defended. It's the soft targets like water treatment plants maybe. These are the areas that we're looking at to make sure that are properly protected. So, and it is that monitoring the cyberspace and making sure we are defended really from attacks in that run. And when I looked 20 years ago, that job wasn't even a thing. So the people we need and the people we recruit, like in 10 years' time, we'll have all kinds of different job roles. We'll still have the basics, the engineers, but they'll be focusing on a different output now. So the jobs that we're recruiting for, they're changing and coming up all the time. And we do have to adapt to that.
Yeah, and you've now, not swapped, but gone on into the engagement side of things as well. So there is that element to move around. Coming back to the apprenticeship side of things, we're saying, do your research, make sure you find out what you want to do. But is there a chance that people start an apprenticeship and make their way through it and then start to realize, actually, I'm just not sure this one's for me. Can I move around? Can I look into other things? Or is that a bit late in the day?
There are opportunities to retrade. I've had several people work for me at my last unit that were RAF regiment and then retraded into my trade, but it's not a given. The opportunities, I would say, are few and far between. We are moving to a model in the coming years of professions that may allow a degree of flexibility, but it's not been finalised yet. So at the minute, my advice would be, again, research, know the role you want to do. And if you take another couple of months to know exactly what you want to do because you research, or maybe because that role isn't on offer just when you're doing it, but you definitely want to do it, stick with it. It's worth, like I did it, get a part-time job. I worked in a Kit Kat ice cream bar factory in Wolverhampton for a few months.
Brilliant.
While I waited for those opportunities to open. And I'm thankful that I did, because again, I'm doing a job that I enjoy. And so there are opportunities, so but don't gamble on it. Know what you want to do from the start is the best way.
There's no need to rush into things. I think
Definitely. Like, we recruit up to age, say 16 to 47. When I joined at 22, there were people on my course that were in their early 40s. There were people that were 16. Each has their different challenges. There were people in their 30s that had family pressure, you know, wife maybe and kids that may have taken a pay cut to join the RAF to then, you know, go up the pay later on. And there were people that were 16 that were missing home and stuff like that, and having to adult for the first time, as my wife would say. You know, having to learn how to you know, deal with living in a 12-person room to start off with, and iron, so and look after yourself. So each age range does have their own challenges, but the training staff have seen it all before. You know, they're very well trained, and they would have seen everything, so they're there to support you and get you through it.
And then coming back to you, Carrie, because of course you were a teacher beforehand in the civilian world, and then moved into the RAF. What would you say? I'd say you've experienced both worlds. What would you highlight as the main differences and any challenges you had to sort of overcome and face yourself with when you joined the RAF?
I think there's a lot of challenges, but each person will have a different challenge. I was desperate to leave home from the age of 16. So when it finally happened at sort of 19 for university, and then 24 when I really did leave home. But for some people, as Stu's already said, some people don't want to leave home. So I think there's different challenges for different people, is learning a new skill. All of a sudden, you're not in charge of children, you're in charge of adults then, who've all got their own minds. Not everyone, as you might remember, some people really hated PE in school, but you've still got this annual fitness test. And you have to pass this annual fitness test, or twice a year if you get into what we call the dark blue. So it's encouraging those who want to do it against those who want to do it anyway. And there is some cautions in place, is some potentially lose their career if they don't maintain their fitness and they don't pass the annual fitness test and the standards that we require. So it's encouraging them as well.
How would you describe working in the RAF to somebody?
I've absolutely loved it, and if I didn't enjoy it, would I still be here 24 years later? No 2 days at the moment are the same. No 2 schools are the same. No 2 jobs are the same. Yes, I see a lot of the M6 in the moment currently. COVID was a blessing. But I would just say it is a different way of life, but it's been an enjoyable one. And there are so many opportunities that I haven't had all the time. I haven't taken all the opportunities afforded to me, but I've had some really good opportunities that I've absolutely loved.
And Stuart, same question to you.
Wow, it's again, it's doing that. The differences, the opportunities I've had, the places I've been during the centenary. You know, the celebrations there down in London were just amazing, and the whole country kind of celebrating the RAF history and ethos. And it does give, you know, I don't fly. I'm not a pilot. I don't even work on the aircraft. You know, I'm a ground engineer, but I still get when a Spitfire flies over your head, or a Chinook or something like that. It gives you that rumble in your belly. And the variety, although, so I don't work on aircraft, my last tour, 4 months down the Falklands to a mountain site. There was about 20 of us down there for 4 months. And although I was down there as the radar manager, I was also in charge of when the helicopter come in, loading, unloading, making sure the health and safety. So I had to go and do a course on how to undersling a Chinook for 2 weeks. So it's really varied. You know, I never would have done anything like that. And you wouldn't think as an IT engineer, I'd be underslinging a Chinook. But you know, that's just an example of the variety and the challenges you get to do. And every week you do something totally different that pushes you out of your comfort zone. But by being pushed out your comfort zone, you grow more confidence and more communication skills, and all that just makes you better at your job.
So if you want to be challenged, if you want variety, if you want the chance to see a bit more of the country and the world, this is definitely one of the places to look into. But I suppose part of both of your roles is to be upfront and be honest. It's not easy.
No, there's lots of challenges. Like Kerry said, we pay more, double the normal apprenticeship rate. That's because you'll do more. You will fire a weapon. You will have to learn how to march, how to do drill, learn about the history and ethos of the Air Force. You will miss birthdays. You will miss Christmases. We've had Christmases in July in my house because we've missed it. I'm lucky I've got a really supportive family, but they see the benefits that come from it. The free tickets for troops and things, and the opportunities we've got to, the cheap travel, and the benefits that come from service life, to me, outweigh that. Saying that, when I've been away, that's been some of the best times of my career. Again, challenging, doing a different role, doing purely, reacting and doing my pure job that I've been trained to do is under operation tempo. That's when it's the hardest, but it's when it's the most rewarding. And that's when you meet your best friends as well. I think I've got friends from tours that I did back in 2002 and stuff like that I still speak to. And I might not see them for 2 or 3 years, and you'll bump into them and it'll be like no time's passed at all. So the challenges are there, but it depends how you look at them. It's either a challenge or an opportunity. And as long as you look at it as an opportunity, you'll get there.
Difficult question. Is there a highlight to your career so far within the RAF?
Oof.
Can you pick one? I'm gonna ask you the same question.
Yeah, that's very first.
You have sadly had the mic in your hand.
For me, I think it was probably my Cyprus tour. We got to do things such as skiing, say parachuting, lots of travel around, visiting the island and stuff like that, and experiencing a different culture, working with the Cypriots as well, and a really busy, high-tempo place at Akateria as well. So I loved my overseas tour. It was really special, and lots of great opportunities. If I had to replay a moment, it would probably be that again.
Amazing. And well, Carrie, you've had a bit more time to think about it now. No pressure.
I've got several highlights.
Okay, we'll allow it. We'll allow it.
A couple, and one is my sporting achievement. I horse ride and I show jump an event for the RAF. I have my own horse, and I would say the highlight of mine would be show jumping in front of Her Majesty the Queen in uniform at Royal Windsor Horse Show. So that was an amazing opportunity that I got. And I think another highlight for me that's most memorable is my current job, is mentoring somebody and taking about 2 years to mentor them in the process, but to see that they're really happy in their career now and that they stuck to their guns and decided not to give up. But there's been many highlights, and I think those are just the two that stick out. I mean, 24 years is a long time to try and remember it, but there's been so many highlights.
But I suppose then the one highlight is you wouldn't have stayed here so long if you hadn't been enjoying a lot of it.
No.
Yeah.
And you do have, for both of us, we'll both have had down days. There'll be times when you're wondering why you're there, why you're doing something, and you want to quit, but then you realise all the good things, all the benefits, and everything else, and you just realise everyone has their down days, and these are just blips. But there are so many benefits and highlights that, yes, that's why we're still here in uniform 24 years later.
Yeah, brilliant. And then finally, just to reiterate, Stuart, on the apprenticeship side of things as well, for a lot of people watching, that's what they might be looking at currently. The key basics that they need to be doing right now if they're considering going for an apprenticeship in the RAF.
Yeah, it all starts online. You can go into the careers office and talk to staff, but the actual application process starts online. And it's like, because we have some questions people ask about certain medical conditions or learning difficulties or anything like that. So don't let it put you off, apply. Because we do have stringent regulations for people joining, but you won't find out until you apply. It doesn't cost anything, you're not committed, just apply and then see where that takes you from there.
Brilliant. Well, there you have it. Stuart, Carrie, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon for 2 panel sessions. Don't worry if you've missed any of it, it'll all be on playback, and do stay with us as well, because all afternoon we've got multiple panels coming up. Our next, of course, actually looking more into apprenticeships and chatting with some current apprentices at the RAF. So do stay tuned for that. But thank you so much, guys, and we'll see you shortly.
So I joined the Royal Air Force because I didn't really know what to do as a career when I was younger. And talking to my dad, he used to be in the RAF, and he would tell me these stories about what he got up to and what he did, and I wanted to have a go. Hi, I'm Josh. I've been in the RAF for about 2 years now, and I'm an aircraft technician mechanical. So as an aircraft technician mechanical, I work with the mechanical aspects of the aircraft, hydraulics, anything to do with servicings, removal and replacement of components, functional tests of those components to see if the aircraft's working after you've ripped something out and put it back in. So the training of the Royal Air Force was a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be. The theory side, the maths, the science was challenging, but with the group you get with your family, they get you through. You work together as a team, revise, and yeah, you get through. So currently my apprenticeship is in progress, but the apprenticeship cell is getting me through. They're very helpful. They know exactly what to do and how to get my apprenticeship done and dusted as soon as possible. It's very clear that the management here trust what I do. They will just give me a job, and they give me the empowerment to go out and finish that job. So in terms of expectations, when I joined the Royal Air Force, I thought it would be a lot more disciplined. I thought I'd have to march everywhere. It's a lot more relaxed than I thought it would be. Take every chance you get for adventure training, going out on deck, just using all the time you have to do as much as you can, because you really do get a lot of great opportunities.
I want a lip gloss that can stay on whatever life throws at me.
Strong, healthy hair. What's my secret?
With my busy life, I don't have time to slow down.
I can't believe we turned up wearing the same thing.
All-day protection, now with wings, so I can handle anything.
Women should be defined by actions, not cliches. Every role in the RAF is open to everyone. Find your force in the RAF.
مهنة محلل استخباراتي اللغوي ليست مهنة عادية. فنحن أصحاب هذه المهنة نمثل الآذان الصاغية التي تحافظ على أمننا جميعا. تتطلب هذه المهنة تركيزاً ووقتاً ومثابرة. أصبحت شخصاً لم أظن مطلقاً أن أكونه يوماً ما. الأمر أكبر من مجرد الاستماع، إذ يتعلق بالثقافات التي ستتفاعل معها ووجهات النظر التي ستكونها. تقاضيت أجراً للتحول من شخص ليس لديه خبرة إلى ما أنا عليه الآن خلال 18 شهراً فقط. وفي الوقت الحالي استخدم هذه اللغة لأساعد في اتخاذ القرارات التي تنقذ الأرواح في أقل من ثانية، لتكون الغلبة لنا.
So, does this sound like an ordinary job to you?
This is a plane. But what sort of plane? Maybe it's a cargo plane. Or maybe it's a passenger plane. But why isn't it responding to radio? Maybe its transmitter is stuck. Or maybe it's something more serious.
Maybe the alarm needs to be raised, and a fighter jet scrambled, and the government alerted, and maybe a decision has to be made. Maybe. Have you got what it takes to protect our skies? Search RAF.
When I left university, I was out of ideas of what I really wanted to do. So then I got chatting to some of my friends who had served or are currently serving in the Royal Air Force as well, and their job sounded quite fun, different and enjoyable. Hi, I'm Matt. I'm a aircraft technician avionics on 47 Squadron, Hercules C-130J, and I've been in the Air Force for 4.5 years now. So my role as an aircraft technician avionics is to look after all the electrical systems on the aircraft, including all the power, communications, navigation, radar and defensive systems. My phase 1 training actually was a bit easier than I expected it to be. I expected it to be more strict, more disciplined, more shouting, but actually all they wanted to see was hard work, discipline and teamwork, getting the most out of you, making you prepared to finishing and then coming and being an asset to the Air Force afterwards. And then my phase 2 training was probably a bit harder than I expected. I had no aircraft background before I started, so having to learn everything was from scratch was difficult at times. But with the work I put in, maybe a couple of hours a night after my lessons, I actually got quite good marks in my phase 2 and 3 training. You get the training given to you for free and you're also getting paid a full wage at that time as well. So for the amount of technical training we are given and the amount we are paid, really is second to none. So my advice, don't say no, just take everything you can get. Take everything you can get from the organisation, because there's so much which people don't make the most of. And if you do, your career will be a lot more fulfilling.
Welcome back to RAF Clearing Live, brought to you by Not Going to Uni. My name is Harry Benjamin, and we're in this fantastic facility here at RAF Cosworth, talking all about what is on offer, opportunity-wise, to you at the RAF. It's results day. If things haven't quite gone to plan, if they have, or you don't want to go to university, it's just not for you, or maybe you think about getting a degree. All the opportunities and more are available at the RAF, and we've got so many panel discussions that we've done already you can go back and have a look at, and a couple more coming up as well this afternoon. I'm very pleased to say Ryan Hall is joining me for this one, a current apprentice, to talk about all about the apprenticeships that are on offer. So first of all, Ryan, well, tell me a bit about you, what you do, and what exactly your day-to-day involves.
So I'm in the cyberspace trade, and I'm working here at Cosford as well. I work in the radio school. I am on the information exploitation team, which is essentially software. I currently specialise in developing power apps for the school, which is enjoyable. As well as that, obviously I've got my apprenticeship work and sports and stuff like that, which we do here.
And so what made you initially want to be a part of the RAF and go down the apprenticeship route?
So originally I was in college. During COVID that obviously stopped, and then carried on, got my grades. I worked through it. I had places at uni, I applied, but it wasn't for me. I went to a couple of open days, stuff like that, it weren't for me. So I ended up looking on apprenticeship websites, probably ended up on this as well, not going to uni to be honest. And yeah, I originally looked at the army, then looked at here, and I ended up here basically, and that's the story.
Yeah, and so, I mean, was it something that just came about spur of the moment, or was it always kind of intrigued you from a young age, or was it very much, well, you got to that point, A-level time, and thinking about your options then?
Yeah, it was basically that. It got to around there. I'm the type of person, I didn't want to sit at home, do nothing. I didn't want to get a degree, or not a degree, a qualification, and just not go into a job straight away. I wanted it lined up straight away. Obviously COVID stopped that, but I was on delay for a little bit, but yeah, I ended up doing that.
So you were very much, well, look at university.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like it was for you. This provided opportunities and benefits. So what swung it for you, and what are the differences that you are able to talk about? Why do you love being a part of the RAF so much?
I'd probably say what swung it, and the biggest thing was actually be able to get a degree through the RAF, which they fund. You don't get any student loan or anything like that. When I finish my apprenticeship, that's the first thing I'll be looking at doing, is getting a foundation degree through Staffordshire University in cyber. So yeah, that's the plan anyway.
Yeah, and where do you want to go with this? Do you have a plan?
Yeah, well, internally in the RAF, there's obviously jobs you look at and I try to plan for what I want to do after this post. There's interview-only jobs in here, so they're the jobs that I'm planning to work towards and try and get.
Yeah, and I suppose coming back to the university or RAF sort of argument, a lot of people go to university for the uni life. You know, they want the social life, they want to move away from home for a bit, they want to get stuck in. Is that the same at the RAF? Can you have a bit of a social life too?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I go home on weekends, for example, which I can't stay on base. There's a bar on base on every camp, really, so there's a social element. We've just had the junior ranks ball here. That was all right. It was good.
All right?
No, it was good, it was good, it was good. And there's obviously other social events that we do. I mean, the other week we did a force development day where we went quad biking on a Thursday afternoon. So we did half a day's work, then we went quad biking as a team, so that was good.
Nice, and the beauty of it is, we've discussed it already on our previous panels, but unlike university where you are going to get into debt, all of a sudden you've got to pay a lot of money, here, if you join the RAF, you're earning straight away, which I imagine is a massive plus.
Yeah, going through phase 2, it was essentially going to college. Obviously you've still got the military aspect and the little, the sacrifice a little bit you have to make and stuff like that, but I was getting paid to essentially go to college still for 10 months, and then I've come out with I'm about to finish my apprenticeship now, which is another level 3 qualification, which is good.
And do you feel like the skills you're learning are quite transferable as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in the military you've got civilian qualifications and military qualifications. They offer both in a lot of courses and stuff like that, so it's good to get the civilian one. So if I ever did come out, or it doesn't really matter if I make a full career out of it, but if I did decide to come out, I've got that backup straight away, and hopefully we go into another job straight away, because the qualifications are really good.
Amazing. And you outlined it at the start a bit about sort of what the day-to-day might involve. We can go a little bit deeper on that. Monday to Friday, are you working full weeks? Are you sat in a classroom and you out being rigorous fitness and mental tests? How does that all work itself out?
So you obviously go through basic training first. That's obviously vigorous fitness, and you work in most days, to be honest. Because of COVID, we weren't allowed to go home, so I was there for 10 weeks. Then come here, and it was essentially a classroom environment. You still have mandated phys, but you do that together and everything like that, and it's fun. I enjoyed the phys, to be honest. Yeah, and now I'm in an office now, working with a great team, but we've also got the option to work from home, and yeah, it's good. It's very flexible at the moment.
And do you get to meet a lot of interesting new people, make friends?
Yeah. I mean, you go through phase 2, and you're living with people for 10 months. I mean, I've still got people. We're still in the same WhatsApp group that we are from phase 1, and then as well as phase 2. I mean, so I've met that many people through the RAF. It's good.
So you still get that social side of it as well,
Yeah,
which I think is important to highlight. Going forward again, though, up through the ranks, do you get to see much of the bases? Do you get to travel, or is that something you're hoping that will come more?
Well, obviously you're hoping to do have out of areas and stuff like that. You can move on. I mean, if you don't like where you are, you can move bases. I mean, you're not stuck. You post somewhere and that's it. There's flexibility. You might have to do a minimum term, but you know, if you've got a good line manager, which I have, it's very good. A lot of flexibility. As well as that, you can organise force development days like we had last Thursday at other bases. So you can have a day out and see what other teams do, and we've had meetings where they've shown us what they do and everything like that. So it's good. It's good.
Do you get a lot of support from people like your line manager?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, with flexible working, there's times where he let me work from home last week just to finish part of my apprenticeship off actually, and yeah, he's pushed me to get qualifications. He's pushed me to do this as well. So yeah, he's good. Yeah.
And outside of the work, I suppose, do you get support as well, sort of pastoral care side of things, if you're struggling with things mentally, or if there's anything outside of the RAF that perhaps is causing you to feel a bit down? Is there help available there?
Yeah, definitely. I've only got to ring the med centre up, anything like that, and we're straight in. Same as dental and stuff like that, so it's good. Yeah, there's a lot of support out there, to be honest, especially for mental health. That's massive now, especially in the military.
And what have been some of your highlights so far, being a part of the RAF on this apprenticeship?
I enjoyed phase 1. Some people don't, obviously, but I mean, just get through it. I mean, when we was on an exercise, a Chinook landed about 15 yards, 20 yards from us, and they didn't tell us. They just said lie down, and Chinook literally come over and landed in front of us. That was good. I mean, we've done a lot of sports and stuff like that, like the quad biking, and yeah, the phys is good. I mean, yeah, I enjoy it, to be honest. It's not a normal job, like just an office job. It is, and that's the biggest benefit.
Could you imagine doing anything different now?
Probably not. I think I'd be bored, to be honest with you. I mean, maybe when I'm a bit older and settled down. Do you know what I mean? But I'm very young, so it's good to. It's the opportunities there to do sports and everything like that. So, and to get time out of work and essentially get paid to do it it's excellent.
You said you're 20, right? Yeah. So you're not going to be that much older than some of the people watching this who are getting their results today and thinking about their plans for the future. What advice would you give, having been in that situation yourself, to somebody going through the same motions as you were?
So what I would say is uni's not everything. I think if you want to make money straight away and earn qualifications, I think this is a very good, well, apprenticeships in general are a very good opportunity. And you can get a degree through working basically in here. It is good. So you can get the qualifications in here, work. I mean, for joining up, I got a £5 grand bonus for this trade, so that was it's a massive incentive, financial incentive anyway. So yeah.
It's massively incentive. Then I suppose in your, how long have you been in this apprenticeship for now, sorry?
Since start phase 2, so that'll be about over a year.
So in that time, looking back on that year, which is actually not a very long time, is there anything you might have liked to have known before you'd started, or things you might do differently?
It's quite a unique apprenticeship to the point where you're basically at college for 10 months, which goes towards it. You do it's good that we do a lot of the apprenticeship in work time as well. We're given time to do it. What would I say to myself? I'm not sure, but I know that my qualification towards the apprenticeship actually brought the time down, so I had less time to do it because I had prior qualification. Obviously, the college I went to, that put the apprenticeship up, so that was good.
Did you have to take some time when you were looking at the different apprenticeships on offer about what exactly what avenue you wanted to go down in particular, and
So-
how much research did you put into
Yeah,
that?
so originally I wanted a degree apprenticeship. That's what I originally wanted. This isn't, but you do the level 3 apprenticeship, then you can go on to get your foundation and then top that up with an honours. So yeah, originally before joining the RAF, there wasn't much information on our trade because our trade is very, very varied, which I've learnt that just from the courses in phase 2 and through speaking to people. But I'd say researching it is, it's obviously it's a bit difficult, but I found all my information out through YouTube and go down to the AFCO, just go speak to them. That's what I did. And yeah, I mean, just turn up, rock up and be like, can we have a chat? And they will give you information on any trade in the RAF.
Yeah, and absolutely, you can check out the RAF Careers website as well for loads more information on all the roles, because one thing I've learned so far being in today, there are so many roles on offer. It is so varied, isn't it? So you must come across all sorts of different people in the RAF.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. There's obviously ranks like myself, there's officers. Yeah, we work with every trade. I mean, without every trade, aircraft won't go in the sky. I mean, just focus on my trade, but it's very varied. I mean, you can specialise in so many different areas, and obviously cyber's upcoming. We all know that. That's why I picked it, and I've always been all right with computers. But yeah, it's so varied. It is good.
And again, I suppose looking at the world of cyber, it's not going to be a walk in the park being a part of this apprenticeship, is it? It's one thing we'd like to do in these panels so far is be upfront and honest about what it's like joining the RAF. It's not easy. I imagine you've had your challenges along the way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's times before joining the RAF, I'd never ironed a shirt. Or, like, genuinely, I'd never done anything like that. So
and it's hard.
Yeah. The way that they want us to do it. So I'd never done anything like that before. As a stay-at-home kind of thing and all that, and just to get thrown into it and learn from rock bottom to, I've established like just normal skills which I'd need for the future, like ironing, just wash everything. Do you know what I mean? Like typical home skills. I mean, you really, I could genuinely. Well, I do live by myself now on the block, so I've got my own room. So I cook myself, do everything myself.
Got your own ironing board?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, so I live by myself. Something which I probably couldn't have been able to do before joining the RAF.
Really?
But I could do it now. Well, I am doing it now.
So you're not just learning, obviously, actual mechanical, technical skills. You're learning life skills along the way.
Yeah, definitely. You've also got the education side and the mechanical skills, like you say, but the life skills are definitely it's so important to have. Being able to live by myself, it's the freedom as well and the independence. It is good. I enjoy it.
And so, if you were to talk to somebody who's looking at the RAF as an option right now, and were just to summarise what it is like to take on and be an apprentice, what would you say to them?
There's definitely easier routes, but this is probably one of the most rewarding. For me, I can't imagine myself doing a different apprenticeship. I mean, I've obviously got mates who aren't in the military, I've got mates who are in the military, and it is good. I really like it. I like the lifestyle, the way of life. It's without coming in here, I wouldn't have had as many proud moments and memories, so it's good.
Well, we might be able to focus on a few of those memories a little later on. We're going to take a short little break, though, at the moment to have a little look at some of the apprenticeships on offer here at the RAF and what exactly is involved with them.
So, you want to join the RAF? We should probably tell you about the extra qualifications you'll get, how you'll take your skills to the next level, leading a team of technicians, about the epic adventure training, and getting to travel the world with friends you'll make for life. But we know why you're really here. This. Take your engineering to the ultimate level. Apply to be...
When I left university, I was out of ideas of what I really wanted to do. So then I kept chatting to some of my friends who had served or are currently serving in the Royal Air Force as well, and their job sounded quite fun, different and enjoyable. Hi, I'm Matt. I'm a aircraft technician avionics on 47 Squadron, Hercules C-130J, and I've been in the Air Force for 4.5 years now. So my role as an aircraft technician avionics is to look after all the electrical systems on the aircraft, including all the power, communications, navigation, radar and defensive systems. My Phase 1 training actually was a bit easier than I expected it to be. I expected it to be more strict, more disciplined, more shouting, but actually all they wanted to see was hard work, discipline and teamwork, getting the most out of you, making you prepared to finishing and then coming and being an asset to the Air Force afterwards. And then my Phase 2 training was probably a bit harder than I expected. I had no aircraft background before I started, so having to learn everything was from scratch was difficult at times, but with the work I put in, maybe a couple of hours a night after my lessons, I actually got quite good marks in my Phase 2 and 3 training. You get the training given to you for free and you're also getting paid a full wage at that time as well. So for the amount of technical training we are given and the amount we are paid, really is second to none. So my advice, don't say no, just take everything you can get. Take everything you can get from the organisation, because there's so much which people don't make the most of. And if you do, your career will be a lot more fulfilling.
We are part of a unique regiment.
We're always prepared.
We train hard to do a special role.
But we might not be who you think we are.
We are the force that protects the force.
We are the RAF regiment.
But don't get us wrong.
We've all got something we're good at.
And you might have some of the skills we need.
Maybe you can see things that others can't.
And if you don't mind working late or standing around,
maybe you've got what it takes to be an RAF regiment gunner.
Find your force in the RAF.
Welcome back to this brilliant surroundings of RAF Cosford with the Jaguar things around us. They are absolutely incredible just being here. It's amazing. We're talking to Ryan at the moment, who is a current apprentice here at the RAF, and all things about being an apprentice. And if you're unsure what to do, it's A-level results day. If you're not sure where you want to go, what you want to do, the RAF provide so many opportunities that could be available to you, and we've just been discussing some of them now. One of the things we talked about all afternoon so far, Ryan, is busting myths about the RAF, because a lot of people, I suppose, are a bit afraid about what it might entail when they join. They might be a bit scared. Was there anything you were particularly fearful of?
Yeah, definitely going through them gates in phase one for the first time as a stiffy. You don't know what to expect, obviously. Phase one it throws a lot at you. I mean, you start from, to be fair, the start is teaching you, it's education for ironing and stuff like that, and you learn about the RAF, and it starts going more focus on, your mod one, which is about shooting your rifles, everything like that, your typical. But the biggest fear I probably had was definitely heights going in. I remember there was an obstacle course in basic training which you'll have to do, and it is so high up, and I've never ever been so scared in my life, but you just do it. You have to do it.
As you were able to sort of overcome it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they push you, the PTIs, they push you because they know you can. Everyone can do it. It's just fear. That's all it is. It's just getting through that block, isn't it? That's all it is.
Absolutely. In terms of sort of looking at your future within the RAF, and perhaps beyond, are you fearful of what's to come with that? Or are you enjoying the journey?
I'm definitely enjoying it. I don't know what's going to happen for the future. I mean, I haven't had my out of area yet. I don't know where I'm going to be sent. That's after my apprenticeship. But I'm looking forward to that. I mean, there's some really great places you can get sent to. It's not just like war zones, for example. Like people think, oh, you're just going to get sent to the Middle East war zone. It's not. You get sent to some really good places. Yeah.
Amazing. And you are going to finish your apprenticeship in about November this
Yeah.
year. So when it gets to that point, you've said you're looking to do a degree and get the degree as well. Is there a point where you're sat down about the opportunities that are available to you? Are you guided through the next steps?
Yeah, definitely. We have an apprenticeship manager, our own. They come in, I probably see them every 3 months, and we're in constant contact. They advise you, your line manager advises you. There's so much information out there. Once you're in, there's so much information. You just have to search for it, do a bit of soul finding, and just here, there's posters, there's banners, everything about this foundation degree, and then you can top that with an honours. And when you get in, there's just websites full of information which you can, within the intranet, which you can find out.
Are you able to sort of try before you buy after your apprenticeship? If you're still not quite sure what role or what avenue you want to go down, is there an element of that, or is it very much, as you say, just trying to do your research, talking to people, and that's how you inform your decision?
Well, it is possible to retrade. I mean, we've had, obviously I work in the phase 2 school, but as permanent staff, and we've got HR clerks, stuff like that, admins who they've got to the same rank as me. They've done 3-4 years and thought, you know what, I want to retrade into the engineering trade, which is us, and now they're going through training again, and they're retrading to our trade. So there's definitely opportunity. Yeah.
And now, I suppose, a question that a lot of people wouldn't want to know: how strict is it at the RAF? I'm imagining 4 a.m. wake-up calls, immediately bed's got to be made, working all day, all night. Is that how it really is?
Phase 1 to an element, but it's definitely to an element. It's a lot of myth busting and stuff like that. I mean, when you go for them gates, you think it's going to be a lot worse than what it is. If you work hard, you don't mess up and you don't take the mick, basically, you'll be fine. Phase 2, it's a little bit, it's not as strict because you're here for 10 months, you've done phase 1, that's the main one. It's only 10 weeks, you just get through it, and you don't even think about anything when you're in that phase 1. You're that busy, you're just constantly working, which is good. And now that I've passed out, I'm basically left alone, unless I do something really stupid, which I'm not planning to do.
Correct answer.
Yeah.
We talked about the social life aspect of it as well earlier, and how there is absolutely a social life aspect. But when it comes to seeing family, seeing home, do you get to go home a lot? Is there flexibility in that, or do you find yourself missing family life a bit? Because I suppose some people are not ready maybe to leave home straight away. What would you say to those people who are thinking about joining?
Obviously, phase 1's a bit different, but you don't think about I didn't, because you are working all the time. You don't think about anything, you're just constantly working, which is good. For me, that's the way I like to. But when I say working, I mean, you just don't switch off. Like, through the day, you will go straight to bed, you will do your kit, you'll make your bed, and you'll go straight to bed, and that's it in phase 1. Phase 2, there's a lot more flexibility. I'm quite lucky that I live quite close to here, so I go home on weekends. I can drive. I drive in on a Monday morning. But essentially live at home on weekends, live in the block in the week, and that works for me. I still have the social element of the week because Thursday night's the social night in the military, so it's good.
So a big Thursday night, and then you can go home on the weekend if you want.
Definitely.
Exactly. So I mean, it's almost like normal life, really. You know, people
essentially,
have that. So although you are living a very different life, but that bond that you form with the people you meet in phase one, especially, and you're living together, even though you're living on your own now, do you think you could get that elsewhere, or is it something that the RAF provides that actually it's so intense and you're going through something so quite unique, even though you're all varying in roles, that actually you can't really get anywhere else?
Yeah, that's essentially what phase one is. I mean, we're all going through together, but everyone's going in as different trades. There's lads who are still taught to know who've gone in as movers or air mechs, stuff like that. And I think compared to, although at uni you all live together in dorms, we all live together obviously, but there's the working together aspect of it, and there's the, if we're all getting beasted or anything like that, we all are. It's not. It's one in all the time. So
one in all in.
Yeah,
nice.
and you always get that bond. So you form a bond from it. You have to. There's no like room for bickering really or anything like that. Or it's all. You've got to work together.
I suppose you've got to help each other through it as well, because everyone will have their down days.
No, it's either you all pass or you all fail a lot of the time. So
real camaraderie amongst
everybody.
So
you've got to work together. You haven't got a choice.
Yeah. And for those watching, and for what you've been through with this apprenticeship already, still going, finishing it in November, having done it already for a year or so, how would you summarise what it's like to be a part of the RAF and to do an apprenticeship for somebody who had absolutely no idea?
It's a journey. It's definitely a journey. I wouldn't change it. I'm glad I did it. It's definitely. I'm not thinking, I'm regretting it. I'm really proud to do it. The apprenticeship is now leading on, obviously, to a foundation degree, hopefully, and then top that up with honours, as well as I essentially got paid to go to college and do this apprenticeship, and we're not on apprenticeship wages, so it was a very good wage to go to college.
Some of the panellists we've had already have much more experience than you, obviously, in that they've spent plus 20 years in the RAF. Could you see yourself spending as much time as that?
Potentially. I don't want to put a time frame. I don't think it's a good idea to do that, but definitely potentially. Obviously, for myself, if you go in as ranks, you've also got the option to commission if you want to do that and become an officer. That's also a route by doing the foundation degree, if that's what you want to do. I'm not sure if I'll do it. Who knows? But it's a job security and longevity, definitely. You can really get a good career here.
And some final words of advice for those watching or just tuning in now, thinking about the RAF as an option, looking at the apprenticeships on offer, some final words of advice to them, because you were in that very same situation.
Yeah. Learn how to iron before you go to a basic trade. No, just throw yourself at it. I mean, you don't have to be like a massive personality. You don't have to be confident or anything like that, but they will get it out of you, and you definitely develop a personality. You develop yourself. Life skills, mechanical skills, like you said earlier, it is great. You're pushed, which is I like. You're pushed to get more out of you.
And get that ironing board technique down quick, because it's crucial.
It is crucial.
Well, look, Ryan, it's been absolutely fascinating chatting to you. Thank you so much for taking the time and letting us in your life for a little bit. It's fascinating, and if anything has struck a chord with you, you can go online, RAF Careers for everything, and of course not going to uni as well, and you can watch this back too when you get the chance. But Ryan, thank you so much. We do have another panel coming up a little later on, all about the actual application process and what you can do, and we'll guide you through how you can apply to the RAF and the various roles that are available. There's one thing we've found out already so far today is that there is a huge amount of varied roles going on in the RAF. It's much more than meets the eye, so do join us for that in just a short while. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
So I joined the Royal Air Force because I didn't really know what to do as a career when I was younger. And talking to my dad, he used to be in the RAF, and he would tell me these stories about what he got up to and what he did. And I wanted to have a go.
When I left university, I was out of ideas of what I really wanted to do afterwards. I kept chatting to some of my friends who had served or are currently serving. Their job sounded quite fun, different and enjoyable.
The thing that attracted me most was the diversity of what you can do within the role itself.
I'm Josh.
I'm Matt.
My name is Kieran.
And I'm an aircraft technician mechanical.
I'm a aircraft technician avionics.
And I'm a supply, storage and distribution specialist. You'll be working as a crucial part of getting the aircraft off the ground, supporting all the different sections that need to work directly on the aircraft itself. As a supply, storage and distribution specialist, you can do many different roles. One of them being in tech stores, where you're sorting the kit out and distributing it to relevant sections. You can be in fuels, there's the mobility support flight, there's also SCAF, which is a control accounting flight, where you'll be doing more of an office-based job.
So as an aircraft technician mechanical, I work with the mechanical aspects of the aircraft, hydraulics, anything to do with servicings, removal and replacement of components, functional tests of those components to see if the aircraft's working after you've ripped something out and put it back in.
So my role as an aircraft technician avionics is to look after all the electrical systems on the aircraft, including all the power, communications, navigation, radar and defensive systems.
My initial expectation of going into training was that you'd be on your own and it would be sort of individual trying to get yourself through the course, but in actual fact you're just one big team trying to get each other through.
The theory side, the maths, the science was challenging, but with the group they get you through. You work together as a team, revise, and yeah, you get through.
I expected it to be more strict, more disciplined, more shouting, more running about, but actually all they wanted to see was hard work, discipline and teamwork, getting the most out of you, making you prepared to finishing and then coming and being an asset to the Air Force afterwards.
During your Phase 2 training, it is more geared towards the actual trade that you're going into. For me personally, it was going through all the different sections that you'll be working in. You'll get taught on a basic level everything that you need to know. You'll go through different exams, practical and theory, but of course you will always get help from your supervisors, your corporals and sergeants whenever you need it.
Facilities on unit are quite numerous. We have a really good gym here.
So many sports to be played, basketball, rugby, football, golf. There's a swimming pool on base, there's even a bowling alley.
Hairdressers, dentists, hospital.
The accommodation and the food is subsidised, it's all nice.
It is a mini town really.
One of the best things about the apprenticeship is that I was offered a 12-year contract from the start. You've got job security right at the end of the apprenticeship, so you don't have to worry yourself about going into another job, and you can just develop your career from that point onwards, so it's a really good starting point.
From the kitchen.
This is a plane. But what sort of plane? Maybe it's a cargo plane. Or maybe it's a passenger plane. But why isn't it responding to radio? Maybe its transmitter is stuck. Or maybe it's something more serious. Maybe the alarm needs to be raised, and a fighter jet scrambled, and the government alerted. And maybe a decision has to be made. Maybe. Have you got what it takes to protect our skies?
So I joined the Royal Air Force because I didn't really know what to do as a career when I was younger. And talking to my dad, he used to be in the RAF, and he would tell me these stories about what he got up to and what he did, and I wanted to have a go. Hi, I'm Josh. I've been in the RAF for about 2 years now, and I'm an aircraft technician mechanical. So as an aircraft technician mechanical, I work with the mechanical aspects of the aircraft, hydraulics, anything to do with servicings, removal and replacement of components, functional tests of those components to see if the aircraft's working after you've ripped someone out and put it back in. So the training of the Royal Air Force was a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be. The theory side, the maths, the science was challenging, but with the group you get with your family, they get you through. You work together as a team, revise, and yeah, you get through. So currently my apprenticeship is in progress, but the apprenticeship cell is getting me through. They're very helpful. They know exactly what to do and how to get my apprenticeship done and dusted as soon as possible. It's very clear that the management here trust what I do. They will just give me a job, and they give me the empowerment to go out and finish that job. So in terms of expectations, when I joined the Royal Air Force, I thought it would be a lot more disciplined. I thought I'd have to march everywhere. It's a lot more relaxed than I thought it would be. Take every chance you get for adventure training, going out on deck, just using all the time you have to do as much as you can, because you really do get a lot of great opportunities.
So the great thing about being a supplier is every role is available to you, whether that's working in fuels. If you want a desk job, you can go and work in that department.
The most important trait working in RAF logistics is probably being proactive.
You've got to be hard-working, you've got to work well as a team, but also individually, and I would say a sense of humour would help. I've learned a lot about how other companies work, as well as the RAF, which will help me if I do decide to leave the Air Force.
So we're responsible for distributing any spares, ground spares, air spares, and that's all through the receipts and dispatch section. So you pack it, process the paperwork.
So I work in a primary stock holding group, which means we house all the kit. I also am the supplier for a lot of the bays, so when people modify kit and change it, it's our job to store it and then distribute that out to operation environments and people overseas. We also deal with all the classified equipment too. So before I joined the RAF, I was working in a call centre, and it was a job that I felt like I wasn't getting much progression in. So I wanted a career where they'd give back to me and where they'd invest in me. You do your basic training, you do your phase 2 training when you learn about supply. Some of my personal development is the education centre, where they contribute to you gaining extra qualifications. There's also the opportunity to do adventure training, where you can develop your personal skills like leadership, trust, mentoring.
So with the RAF, I've travelled to Mali, which is in Africa, and that was part of the Chinook detachment. I also went Nordic skiing in Germany.
What I enjoy most about my current role is dealing with all the classified kit, whether that's going to exercises or operations around the world, ensuring that it gets there and the operational requirements are met.
And there's like a variety in the job. So 1 minute you could be in receipts and dispatch, inbound, outbound freight, driving forklift. The next you could be in the supply accounting section, doing the admin work.
The apprenticeship takes 12 months to complete. It's a mixture of written assessments and then an exam at the end, as well as a practical exam, so people can see that you are able to do what's required of you. Yeah, you have to work as a team. I've only been here for 15 months, so I don't know everything. And I think someone that's been here for 15 years probably doesn't know everything. So you have to have the help of your colleagues that know more than you and work together to get the output you need.
So you like figuring stuff out?
Huh?
Come on. Can you solve this?
Yeah.
All right, clever clogs. Maybe you're more protective. Try protecting space.
Possible satellite breakup. Copy.
Or are you chill enough to fly that?
Fly that thing. No, this thing.
Everyone's got that one thing they were born to do. Find your force in the...
So I chose to join the RAF as it provides a really varied career that offers opportunities through training and travelling to develop yourself for the future. I'm Harry and I'm an Air Traffic and Weapons Controller Sergeant in the Royal Air Force. So we work with primary radar systems and secondary radar systems similar to what the civilians use. This is all fed into the tower where we have radar equipment, and we also use specialist communication systems to communicate with the airborne assets. So day to day it can be different throughout the tower. There are many positions that we can conduct within the radar and visual control rooms. Due to the dynamic nature of helicopters, it requires a lot of forward thinking on what they're going to do because there's so many surfaces that they can use. They don't require the full length of the runway, so you can have multiple assets working to the same area at the same time. So you need to have a good understanding of the different types of aircraft that you work with due to you're having to coordinate them regularly, so you need to know their relative airspeeds just to make sure that you can keep your separation distance, and there's pertinent safety implications for some aircraft due to the nature of their gear. So to become a qualified controller, you conduct the Joint Air Traffic Controllers course at RAF Shawbury, commonly known as JATC, which is approximately a 9-month course where it's split down into 2 phases. One's a radar phase where you conduct radar training through exercises, and then once you've completed that, you go on to the visual training at the end. The most challenging thing about training was the intensity. There's a quick learning curve, but at the same time it's rewarding as you're learning and applying what you're being taught. The best thing about my role is the dynamic nature day to day. There's so many opportunities to do varied things within not just the tower, but also get myself out on station and perform other duties. It's such a great opportunity with so many varied roles that you can go into in the future. Not just through training, there's opportunities for education, for travel. Myself, I've been away to Germany and Scotland, varied locations through the RAF.
Hello and welcome back to RAF Cosford. We're here for RAF Clearing Live, brought to you by Not Going to Uni. My name is Harry Benjamin. We've been having panel talks all day about the opportunities available to you should you wish to join the RAF. Obviously it's results day, things might not have panned out well for you, or you might be looking at other options. Maybe university is not something you're that keen on. Well, there are so many options here available to you within the RAF and more. We've had a few panel talks already. You can go back and watch them on playback as well, but we have our final one today, which is all about the application process. So if you're interested in actually putting pen to paper and finding out how you actually apply, this is the talk for you. And I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by James Marson and Thomas New from the recruitment part of the RAF. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time. Now, Thomas, you have taken the microphone first. That does mean you are the victim of the first question, but hopefully nice and easy. Tell us a bit more about you, your role, what's involved, and why you joined the RAF.
Yeah, so I joined up 10 years ago, almost to the day actually. I am a cyberspace communications specialist by trade, and I've worked all over the country, all over the world in fact, maintaining our comms equipment, so sometimes computers, sometimes radars, equipment that goes on certain jets that we operate. And then for the last 18 months I've been in recruitment, working out of the AFCO office, so I've seen hundreds of applications from all walks of life over that time, and it's really nice to be able to help other people sort of reach their goals and objectives, really.
Amazing, and then same question to you.
Yeah, so I joined the Air Force in November 2010, so I'm just coming up to 12 years now. The first 9 years of my career, 9 years was as an intelligence analyst, specialising in imagery intelligence, and I've just spent the last 3 years as a recruiter based in Birmingham, AFCO, where I'm currently the office manager, so do all of the recruitment for that.
Amazing. So, well, pretty big opening question. The application process. What's the first thing somebody should do? They're sitting at home right now, they've got their A-level results, maybe they've gone well, maybe they haven't, or maybe they're younger and just trying to figure out what opportunities are available to them. They found the right apprenticeship or the right scheme for them. What's the next steps?
The first and probably the most important thing is get yourself onto the RAF Careers website and have a look and just make sure that you've got the educational qualifications for the job that you want. You might not have got them, got the grades that you wanted today, however there are job roles available regardless of your educational qualifications, from no A-levels up to specialist law degrees, doctorates and stuff like that. So there's a good spread. That would be your first real port of call, is get yourself on the RAF website, make sure you've got what you need for the job role you've chosen. If you haven't, there's almost like a little tool that you can go through to say, here's my educational qualifications and my sort of hobbies and interests, and it almost matches you to some job roles as well. So yeah, the RAF website is the best bet to start with.
Okay, so that's quite handy if it matches you and gives you specific maybe hints as to what might suit you. So can we actually break it down into, you've picked an apprenticeship role, what's the first thing you're going to be asked to do? Is it fairly similar with university or UCAS things? Have you got to write a personal statement? How many rounds are there? Can we go through it step by step in that way?
Yeah, of course. So nothing too arduous or anything that requires a personal statement or anything. We'll send you a number of requests for information, so things like your national insurance number, all just basic pieces of information that we need to collate your application, really. Once we've got all of those, we'll invite you into the careers office, give you a bit of a presentation, explain to you the length of the process, what you can expect from the process, how to prepare for different elements of it, including the interview and the fitness test. And we'll also likely put you through your aptitude assessment the same day. Sorry. The aptitude assessment itself, it's 6 short psychometric tests measuring different parts of your cognitive capacity, essentially. Some are verbal reasoning, there's numerical reasoning. A couple of them are geared more towards technical trades, so if you're interested in any of the engineering branches that we have apprenticeships for, there's electrical and mechanical comprehension tests too. Then once we've got those scores, we look to make sure you've scored for the trade that you want, and then we continue the process towards the interview from there.
And James, we pick up on that interview. Are you invited to a base, or do you have to go anywhere in particular? What's involved in the interview?
So we would get you into the nearest AFCO that you've got, so the Armed Forces Careers Office, or we can host them virtually if you're a little bit distant from the nearest one. And the interview itself is around about 25 to 30 minutes. The first part of the interview covers yourself, what you've done with your life so far, what your education is, hobbies and interests, any achievements that you've got, any leadership or managerial qualities that you've got as well. We'll try and get out in that bit. The second part is where you can really use the RAF website to go and revise on the job role that you've chosen. what you'll do through training, what you'll do through your job or through the Air Force, what potential other career prospects there are for you as you go through that process, and really a little bit about what the Air Force is, where it is in the UK, what it does overseas. And then we have a few mandatory questions that we have to ask, such as diversity and inclusion, the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, making sure we're getting the right people in, and then a little bit about drugs and solvent abuse to make sure that we understand that once you're in, we can't do that sort of stuff, those sorts of things. So we go through all of that as well.
So you are picking up on the education point. You are still looking at what people have achieved, but what are the actual requirements at A-level stage, for instance?
So it's a little bit difficult to say the exact requirements because it does all vary from job roles. The sort of standard tiers that we have is no GCSEs. Then the next step up would be 2 GCSEs, English, Maths as a minimum, at grade 4/5, or depending on when you did the results, grade C. Up from there would be 5 GCSEs, English, Maths and a science-based subject, plus 2 others. And then once we get into the A-level sort of phases, we're looking at 2 A-levels, grade C and above, plus 5 GCSEs. The A-levels we don't include, I believe, are citizenship, religious education and general studies.
Okay.
So any other A-levels apart from that we can take, and then above that is a degree, and some roles do need specialist degrees, lawyers, doctors, engineers.
And Thomas mentioned cognitive testing, but I imagine there's also fitness testing as well involved. So have you got to be already quite fit before thinking about joining?
So normally from starting your application to getting you to the fitness test takes around about 3 to 4 months. So on the RAF website we do have a guide to fitness that's geared over a 12-week program. So really, if you start your application and start that fitness program, if you're already at a base fitness level, you can walk up a couple of flights of stairs and you're good to go. You can follow that 12-week program and get to where you need to be, hopefully at the first attempt. If you're not successful at the first attempt, we can get you back in 6 to 8 weeks' time, and that's generally sort of people that don't pass at the first attempt do get through at the second attempt once they've had that rehab session.
Oh, right.
Program.
So Thomas, coming back to you, is there a lot of assistance then along the way with prospective applicants and helping guide them through the process at the same time, or are they left a bit on their own for their own devices?
No, so every applicant is assigned their own recruiter. So that recruiter is available via phone, email, instant message on their application portal to get in touch with any questions or concerns, anxieties they might have throughout the process. It's important to note that our job isn't to pass or fail people specifically for the role. It's us helping people achieve their potential and get them closer to the goals and objectives they have for their careers. So when it comes to the fitness testing, as James mentioned, we can provide them a little bit of guidance. The Air Force have got some published guidance that they offer. We can talk them through that, help them get set up with that. With the interview, we can make available, all the information is on the website that you'll ever need to pass an interview. Obviously the bit about yourself is a bit more personal. And for the aptitude testing, we can signpost a little bit to where you might be able to revise a little bit before the test. So that's essentially what we will do. We engage in candidate relationship management throughout the process to make sure that they're getting the best possible experience really throughout the process.
Picking up on the interview stage, if we get to that part, what exactly is involved in that then? Is it a one-on-one, sit-down, chat about your life? Are you put through any other tests in that interview? How does that work?
Yeah, so for the apprenticeship roles, the interview lasts anywhere between 45 minutes and an hour really. The first little bit is going to be all about yourself, what positions of responsibility have been available to you, what you've put yourself out there to do. Essentially, the Air Force are just looking to find people that have got a bit of a sense of adventure, like to put themselves out there, like experiences, and we're just going to kind of gauge you against that. And the second part is we just want to know that you're committed and dedicated to the Air Force. You understand what you're getting yourself into, the challenges and the perks of service life, where the UK, or where the Air Force is based in the UK, and sort of what operations we've been involved in, either currently or fairly recently.
Okay, and in terms of, James, we come back to you on the actual process again. Obviously, there's so many different apprenticeships available. Is it a blanket stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, or do they vary quite a lot in terms of the actual process when you're going for different apprenticeships?
No, so the process is almost identical for everyone that goes through. There's a couple of job roles that do have an additional step in them, but everybody will go through an aptitude assessment, an interview, a fitness test, a medical, and then potentially for some of our more specialist roles, such as intelligence analysts, RAF gunners, and some of our medical roles, they have an additional interview, specialist interview, to make sure that they're suitable for that role because of the additional requirements that it has. But everyone goes through aptitude, interview, fitness, and medical.
And the personal traits of people, of applicants, is there anything that they might already have that would make them sort of more suitable for an RAF role, or can it be learned on the job?
I think a lot of it can be learned. I think the basics that we're looking for is somebody that is good at following instruction, good at speaking and listening skills, has a bit of confidence about them as well. And then I think the majority of stuff that we're looking for can be a learned skill as opposed to an innate skill that you've already got when you join up.
And when people sign up and get involved and get on this apprenticeship, are they locked in? Can they get out, or even in the interview process, can they suddenly sort of go, it's not for me, I don't want to take this any further? Is that available to them?
Yeah, so right up until the day that you, we call it attestation, so that you swear an oath of allegiance, right up until that point you're free to give us a call or drop us a message and say, you know what, I've had a change of heart, I don't think the Air Force is for me. We don't get it all that often because most people that start the application process are already invested in that and want to go through with it.
So are there, and we mentioned some of the stages, are there actually a set number of stages? Is it stage 1, aptitude, stage 2, fitness? How does that work? Does it work like that?
Yeah, so it does work in that flow. You can't do the interview unless you've done the aptitude, and you can't then do the medical until you've done the interview, and we can't let you do the fitness test until you've been found medically fit. So it is a
So could you describe it and just go through
Yeah,
that
so
stage?
you would submit your application, we would then invite you for an aptitude assessment, then your interview, then a medical, then the fitness test, specialist interview if it's required, and then you would go after basic training.
Okay. And so the specialist interview, if required, what does that entail, and why would you be selected for that?
It all very much depends on the role that you've chosen. So some roles do require it, some don't. So like I mentioned, the intelligence analysts require it because it's a test of analytical ability. To understand, it's a comprehension test where we give you a set of information, you go away and analyse it and write a written report for it. Another one that we do is the 4 physical training instructors. They do a specialist interview here at Cosford where they'll look at their fitness standards, their fitness skills, so they have to demonstrate a range of abilities, kicking a football, throwing a rugby ball, tennis serve and stuff like that. Because they're going to be teaching and instructing fitness sessions, they need to be able to show that they've got those qualities. Some of the others, the RAF Regiment Gunner is a lot of fitness-based activity as well, and understanding what that role entails to give people a better understanding before they get to phase 2 training. So it's almost like a taster session for them as well at that specialist interview as well.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. And if we come back to you, Thomas, on this, we throughout our panel talks, you know, for all the positives that there are about joining the RAF, being upfront and honest, it is challenging, it is difficult, and some of the factors that might go against you as well. But for instance, I mean, I've got dyscalculia, which is dyslexia with numbers essentially, and there's lots of people that have dyslexia or dyspraxia and things like that. Is that something they're able to go through the process with, or is it simply, I'm afraid, that it's not going to work?
Yeah, so if it's a strict medical condition, it's always a case-by-case basis. They will always be looked at in depth by medical professionals. The RAF have a dedicated team of doctors, senior doctors, who will look at every single case and on its own individual merits. To pick up on what you said about dyscalculia and things, there's many people in the Air Force with neurodiversity traits, and that's not something that we discriminate against. We're very inclusive as an employer, so that wouldn't hinder you against the process at all.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I better get that application in then. What are the things when you're going around and then you are being asked, you know, you're recruiting, I imagine you meet a diverse range of people. What are they often asking you? What is the thing that you're maybe most surprised about, that they have maybe a misconception about the RAF? Because in every panel so far, it's all about myth busting at the moment, and the recruitment process, I imagine if you're getting that far, it then becomes very real, it becomes very scary, and I imagine a lot of fears come out amongst applicants at this stage.
Yeah, I think something that always gets a little bit of a gasp when we give it in the presentation is we mentioned the contract length to which people are signing up to. We've mentioned, as James said, up into attestation, you're not obligated to take your slot on training, and once you do a test, you're signing up to 12 years essentially. But what that does mean is you've got a bit of job security for that amount of time. All the benefits that have been talked about today, they all apply for the duration. But if that really is putting people off, then there's an appreciation that actually there's you can get out before then. You just, once you've been trained, you have to sort of give 3 years return of service as sort of like a payment back for the cost of training you. So yeah, definitely the 12 years sort of scares people, but then there's ways and means of addressing that anyway.
Yeah, is that similar with you as well? Is that what you picked up on?
Yeah, I think one of the other things as well that we often get asked by parents more than anything is, would you recommend it as a job? And something that I always say is recruitment as a role in the Air Force is a volunteer role. So I've stepped away from my job to come into recruitment, and if it wasn't a job that I didn't believe in, I wouldn't be there to sell it. So the obvious answer is yes, because I'm here to try and offer you or try and entice you into a job within the Air Force. If I didn't believe in it, I wouldn't try and do that.
Exactly, which is brilliant. And in terms of advice that you'd be offering people who are about to start the recruitment process or thinking about doing it, what would you say?
I think the biggest one is start doing the revision early. Understand what you're joining, what you want to do, have a good idea of what's going to be out there for you in terms of the benefits that come with life in the military, and also the negatives that comes with life in the military, because there are some as well. There's more positives than there are negatives, but it's always good to understand both sides of that coin.
You mentioned the R word, revision.
Yeah.
What are we revising? What can we get into the specifics of it?
Yeah, so look at what your job role is, or what the job role is you want to do, where you can be posted across the UK and overseas, where you'll go for your basic training, where you'll go for your trade-specific training, and understand how your role enables the RAF to do what it does both at home and overseas.
Okay, and if we sort of backtrack a little bit, if we come back to you, Thomas, on the cognitive tests, we spoke about the fitness, and we mentioned obviously there is a cognitive test. I'm imagining it's a maths, English, all this kind of stuff. Is that a sit-down paper in a room full of people, like a classroom exam almost?
No, so we will get you into almost like exam situation, but it's a little less formal. We kind of try and put you at ease a little bit. You have your individual iPad, and the tests are conducted digitally. That just makes sure that everybody's sitting the same test in the same conditions, so that when you're scored, it's fair.
Fairly simple then. And then the fitness tests. So what are we talking about that then? What is actually, because I've read about the bleep test already. That scared me.
Yeah, so the day one fitness test and then your fitness test throughout your career is a bleep test. Yeah, it changes depending on your age, but if I say for 18 to 30 year olds, on the bleep test you have to achieve level 9-10. It's only 10 minutes of running. Obviously we all remember from school how much that was not enjoyable, and that's actually what I would recommend people look to start doing when they engage with the application process. The earlier you start your fitness, the easier it's going to be. From my own personal experience, when I turned up at Holton 10 years ago, I was woefully underprepared physically, and I wish I'd had that advice earlier. So the best thing to do, the fitness test is going to be a 2.4k run. Most people are going to be looking to achieve that in around 11 minutes. Depending on your age, it will be different, so just double check what your requirements are on the website. And then the same, most people have to do 20 press-ups in a minute and 35 sit-ups in a minute. All very, very achievable with 6 to 8 weeks of preparation, really.
And Jays, we were chatting just before we came on air. You're a very tall man, 6'7", I believe.
Yeah.
Are there physical restrictions that you've got to be aware of when you're joining the RAF? Is there a maximum height limit? Because I'm imagining getting into an aircraft when you're 6'7" might not be the most practical.
So it's not something that we often have to deal with. The only job role that I can think of off the top of my head, and Tom, feel free to correct me, that we do have a height restriction, both a minimum and maximum, is for our air and ground stewards. So that role to try and give you a civilian equivalent is like an air host or air hostess with an airline. And the reason for those minimum and maximum is for loading and unloading baggage in the above head containers, and that's the only job role I can think of where we do have a minimum and maximum height.
Well, something to think about then if you want to go into that world. But of course, there's such a varied amount of roles, as we've said all day so far. It is really interesting because it's such a different life, isn't it, when you're about to embark on a life in the RAF. You've got to be prepared to take that risk, I suppose, that you might not like it to begin with, but you mentioned there's some of the advice you wish you'd been told. Is there anything that you wish you'd been told as well?
Something I always say to candidates that are going through the process just as they're about to join basic training, from my own experience at RAF Holton, you'll get to probably the first Saturday of being there. So you've been there 4 days and you start to think, like, what's going on? like, where's my weekend? I need to go home kind of thing. And something I'll always say is, if you start to feel like that, mention it to somebody else that you're with, because you won't be the only person there. You won't be the first, you won't be the last person to feel like that. And the more you can kind of get that off your chest, the easier it's going to be, not only for you, but for the rest of your team going through as well. So if at any point you feel homesick, especially during those first couple of weeks of basic training, just let people know and kind of set yourself little goals and milestones. Like, you start basic training on a Tuesday, so if I can get to the next Tuesday, that's a week I've been here, I've only got 9 left. If I can get to the second Tuesday, I've only got 8 left. So try and break it down like that and have your own little mini milestones to get through.
Yeah, that's really nice. And even just chatting to Ryan earlier, one of the apprentices already, he said, you know, well, we either all pass or we all fail, you know, so that camaraderie is very much something you garner, I think, as soon as you get involved, which is really nice to hear too. The application process, how long is it in its entirety? I should say, how long are we actually thinking from day dot to the end to whether you get in or not?
So in Birmingham AFCO earlier this year or late last year, we had one applicant apply and join the Air Force in 44 days. That's the quickest we've ever seen in Birmingham AFCO. However, we've had people, I've personally had a candidate that has been 18 months. So anywhere between 44 days and 18 months. We tend to see around about 12 months is about the average that we'd sort of advise on our initial interview kind of phase.
So after the initial interview, it might be about 12 months until you hear, is that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So that's quite a long amount of time then. So would you encourage people to, if they're applying to the RAF, is that something that requires their sole focus, or are they able to also look around at other places as well? Or is it so intensive that actually, if you're going to do it, it needs to be all in or not at all?
So I would always recommend that never give anything up because you've got an RAF application in, because there are failure points during the application. You might get through and decide that it's not for you, and if you've invested all of your time in that, what opportunities have you missed out on? So we get it a lot with year 10 and 11 students that come through with applications about, I'm not going to go to college, I'm just going to join the Air Force. And it's not a case of, just because you've started an application doesn't mean you're going to get a job. So think about the what ifs. At any point you fail a medical, you fail your fitness test, what's your backup option? Just to keep yourself going on the straight and narrow, so to speak.
Yeah. And Thomas, if you do fail at any of those points, is that it? Are you done? Can you never apply again?
No, not at all. If you fail the aptitude assessment, for instance, 28 days later you can try again. If it doesn't go so well for you that time, you can have 2 more attempts the following year. That kind of just gives you an opportunity to go away, look at what you might have need to improve on, and apply yourself in that respect. The interview, there are mechanisms to re-interview 3, 6 or 12 months later, depending on your performance in that. And with the fitness test, you get 3 attempts at that too, before we then say, okay, maybe you need a bit more of a prolonged amount of time.
Well, that's the thing. Are you able to give feedback for those who fail at the certain stages? Are you able to say, well, look, this is what you sort of struggled with. Maybe go away and have a look at that part of your catalogue.
Yeah, for sure. So the aptitude assessment, as an example, we have a one-to-one with every single candidate immediately afterwards, and we say, these are the areas you can improve on, these are the areas that you need for your chosen role. Perhaps have a look at such and such for your revision, and we'll go from there. With the fitness test, perhaps we can signpost a little bit more to what you need to do to improve, whether it was press-ups that you didn't make it, or sit-ups, or the run. We can kind of give you a little bit of advice on where you should look to improve there.
Even during the actual process, maybe this is a bit of a bad question, but are you able, if someone's really struggling, do you give any kind of assistance during, or is it you've got to do it on your own, we can't interfere whatsoever?
So we have to be a little bit careful, because we have to make sure that it's parity of treatment across every candidate. But I like to think our office, especially in Birmingham, we're very good with our candidates in offering them the opportunities that they need to get where they want to go, really. We are fair. Anything we offer to one candidate, we will offer to all candidates. But it's very much, the process is a test of your commitment and dedication too. So we need you to be a little bit more involved and show a little bit of initiative, perhaps if things aren't going your way, to demonstrate your other qualities, which we might be able to work with as well.
And if people have more questions or want to know a bit more, how is the best way can they contact yourselves? Are you contactable for prospective applicants?
Yeah, so we have an office in Birmingham. Most cities in the UK have an office manned by RAF recruiters. And on the website as well, there's a chat function where you can get in touch with the careers advice line. If they can't answer your question, they will signpost you to the AFCO, whether that's their phone number or our email address, to get in touch.
Brilliant. And so, when you both obviously went through the application process, how did you find it?
My experience was actually much like the exception. 3 months for me. It was really easy.
Oh,
but
wow, really?
that was 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
I think they were desperate for my trade.
They do more press-ups now.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
And what about yourself?
Sorry. For me, the main difference was everything was paper. And I know it sounds funny, 12 years ago, everything being on paper, but all of my application forms did on paper, submitted. Everything, like I say, was on paper. I was around about 5.5 to 6 months, I think, for my application. Okay. It moved fairly quick. So yeah, it was a relatively simple process. Much hasn't changed. The steps are still the same. Aptitude, interview, fitness, medical fitness, specialist interview for myself because of my job role, and then off to basic training. So yeah, not much has changed in the step-by-step process. Just everything's a lot smoother now that it's done digitally.
Was there anything you particularly struggled with?
You've put me on the spot now. I don't think so.
Hand the mic back.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
So the interview used to have to be done with an officer.
Right.
So it's a very formal interview with the highest ranking officer in the recruiting office. Now it's a corporal who does it. So you get a vibe for your recruiter anyway because you've already been interacting with them. When I went through, it was very much brace up and prepare yourself kind of thing. So yeah, that was the worst part for me.
In that interview, they're asking you questions about your personal life, I'm sure, and trying to gauge who you are as a person. What are they asking? What do they want to know?
So we want to know that you'll put yourself out there, that you like opportunities, you've looked for responsibility before. We want to know that you've got as much to offer the Air Force as the Air Force has got to offer you, really.
Amazing. And so, for anybody at home watching, thinking, right, okay, you've convinced me I want to do it, how would you describe life in the RAF to them?
We'll let you do it first.
I'll come back to you then.
I think the important thing to think about is it is a lifestyle change. It's not just a job. You do have to absorb quite a lot of what the Air Force offers. Working weekends, going on parades, all of that sort of stuff does kind of, it doesn't take over, but it does become part of your life. It's not just a job. And I think that's the biggest thing that you can probably say, that's the biggest change that most people have to make, is that people that have worked in retail, you kind of clock off at 5:30 and that's your job done. I finish at 5 o'clock, but my job isn't really done because sometimes there might be events like this where we come and do stuff like this, or we have other recruitment fairs that go on at a virtual done at 7:30, 8:30 at night, so we've kind of got that extra little bit of commitment, and it's the commitment really that most people don't notice.
So if you're hoping for or wanting a 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, this isn't really what's going to happen?
Yeah, so there are quite a few Monday to Friday 9 to 5 jobs out there, but equally there's just as many shift patterns, 4 on 4 off, 7 on 7 off, so yeah. Don't join up hoping for a 9 to 5.
Thomas?
I've been really fortunate. I've had a few detachments and been able to travel quite a lot. But for me, the overwhelming, it's all positive. I've learnt to skydive, I've learnt to ski, I've been paid to do all that. Very little contribution from me. And it's improved me as an individual, both personally and professionally. And that's not really something you can put a price on, I don't think. I wouldn't have got that opportunity or experience anywhere else.
Well, I mean, it sounds amazing. It's the opportunities it opens it up to, but it's not for the faint-hearted. It is challenging, it is difficult, but as you say, it can certainly lead to some amazing life moments as well. But thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. If you're thinking about applying or you're definitely sold on it already, you can head to the RAF Careers website where everything should be available to you there online as well. And if you want to get in touch with the recruitment team at the RAF, you can look up that up online as well. And watch back all of our panel talks from today on the Not Going to Uni website. But that just about does it. Thank you so much, gents, for taking the time here in this wonderful hangar at RAF Cosford. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
So, you want to join the RAF? We should probably tell you about the extra qualifications you'll get, how you'll take your skills to the next level, leading a team of technicians, about the epic adventure training, and getting to travel the world with friends you'll make for life. But we know why you're really here. This. Take your engineering to the ultimate level. Apply to become an aerospace engineer.
So the great thing about being a supplier is every role is available to you, whether that's working in fuels. If you want a desk job, you can go and work in that department.
The most important trait working in RAF logistics is probably being proactive.
You've got to be hard-working, you've got to work well as a team, but also individually. And I would say a sense of humour would help. I've learned a lot about how other companies work, as well as the RAF, which will help me if I do decide to leave the Air Force.
So we're responsible for distributing any spares, ground spares, air spares, and that's all through the receipts and dispatch section. So you pack it, process the paperwork.
So I work in a primary stockholding group, which means we house all the kit. I also am the supplier for a lot of the bays, so when people modify kit and change it, it's our job to store it and then distribute that out to operation environments and people overseas. We also deal with all the classified equipment too. So before I joined the RAF, I was working in a call centre, and it was a job that I felt like I wasn't getting much progression in. So I wanted a career where they'd give back to me and where they'd invest in me. You do your basic training, you do your phase 2 training when you learn about supply. Some of my personal development is the education centre where they contribute to you gaining extra qualifications. There's also the opportunity to do adventure training where you can develop your personal skills like leadership, trust, mentoring.
So with the RAF, I've travelled to Mali, which is in Africa, and that was part of the Chinook detachment. I also went Nordic skiing in Germany.
What I enjoy most about my current role is dealing with all the classified kit, whether that's going to exercises or operations around the world, ensuring that it gets there and the operational requirements are met.
And there's like a variety in the job. So 1 minute you could be in receipts and dispatch, inbound, outbound freight, driving forklift. The next you could be in the supply accounting section doing the admin work.
The apprenticeship takes 12 months to complete. It's a mixture of written assessments and then an exam at the end, as well as a practical exam, so people can see that you are able to do what's required of you. Yeah, you have to work as a team. I've only been here for 15 months, so I don't know everything. And I think someone that's been here for 15 years probably doesn't know everything. So you have to have the help of your colleagues that know more than you and work together to get the output you need.
I want a lip gloss that can stay on whatever life throws at me.
Strong, healthy hair. What's my secret?
With my busy life, I don't have time to slow down.
I can't believe we turned up wearing the same thing. All-day protection, now with wings, so I can handle anything.
Women should be defined by actions, not cliches. Every role in the RAF is open to everyone. Find your force in the RAF.
مهنة محلل استخباراتي اللغوي ليست مهنة عادية. فنحن أصحاب هذه المهنة نمثل الآذان الصاغية التي تحافظ على أمننا جميعا. تتطلب هذه المهنة تركيزاً ووقتاً ومثابرة. أصبحت شخصاً لم أظن مطلقاً أن أكونه يوماً ما. الأمر أكبر من مجرد الاستماع، إذ يتعلق بالثقافات التي ستتفاعل معها ووجهات النظر التي ستكونها. تقاضيت أجراً للتحول من شخص ليس لديه خبرة إلى ما أنا عليه الآن خلال 18 شهراً فقط. وفي الوقت الحالي استخدم هذه اللغة لأساعد في اتخاذ القرارات التي تنقذ الأرواح في أقل من الثانية ولتكون الغلبة لنا.
So, does this sound like an ordinary job to you?
So I joined the Royal Air Force because I didn't really know what to do as a career when I was younger. And talking to my dad, he used to be in the RAF, and he would tell me these stories about what he got up to and what he did, and I wanted to have a go. Hi, I'm Josh. I've been in the RAF for about 2 years now, and I'm an aircraft technician mechanical. So as an aircraft technician mechanical, I work with the mechanical aspects of the aircraft, hydraulics, anything to do with servicings, removal and replacement of components, functional tests of those components to see if the aircraft's working after you've ripped someone out and put it back in. So the training of the Royal Air Force was a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be. The theory side, the maths, the science was challenging, but with the group you get with your family, they get you through. You work together as a team of eyes, and yeah, you get through. So currently my apprenticeship is in progress, but the apprenticeship cell is getting me through. They're very helpful. They know exactly what to do and how to get my apprenticeship done and dusted as soon as possible. It's very clear that the management here trust what I do. They will just give me a job, and they give me the empowerment to go out and finish that job. So in terms of expectations, when I joined the Royal Air Force, I thought it would be a lot more disciplined. I thought I'd have to march everywhere. It's a lot more relaxed than I thought it would be. Take every chance you get for adventure training, going out on deck, just using all the time you have to do as much as you can, because you really do get a lot of great opportunities.
Ah, so you like figuring stuff out?
Huh?
Come on. Can you solve this?
Yeah.
All right, clever clogs. Maybe you're more protective. Try protecting space.
Possible satellite breakup. Copy.
Or are you chill enough to fly that?
Fly that thing. No, this thing.
Everyone's got that one thing they were born to do. Find your force in